My name is Tony Sardella. I'm the chairman and CEO of the API Innovation Center. And it's my pleasure to welcome all of you here, many friends, colleagues, and new faces from our previous first plenary session last year. I want to give special thanks for those who came and traveled to attend, as well as those online, for this really important day in regards to focusing on how to build resiliency for our drug supply chain. You know, we held the first session a year ago, but much has changed in that small 12-month window. Since that 12-month window, we've hit an all-time record in regards to drug shortages. 323 medicines on the shortage list in the United States. In addition to that, sanctions and tariffs have increased the geopolitical tensions with countries such as China and also made our drug supply chain fragile and vulnerable to disruption. And even further, tensions have heightened as China and Beijing and their economists have asked the question, should they in fact, in response to tariffs being established by the United States, should they stop and block exports of our medicines? Obviously leaving us in a very vulnerable situation, given all the research we've done at the API Innovation Center on how reliant and dependent we are on many of our important medicines to other countries. You know, we have 4 incredible panels that are going to get to the heart of the areas that need to be discussed. Those include designing a sustainable long-term drug supply chain, understanding the advanced manufacturing technology for ability to produce domestic APIs and drugs, private-public partnership and collaboration model, and regulations and policy considerations that one must factor into approach and strategy. For those who aren't familiar with the center, our vision is to become a premier pharmaceutical manufacturing innovation center that drives health security for our nation. Now, what does health security mean? Health security is the combination of our national security and protecting our national security interests. And the health security is about ensuring that every healthcare system, national retailer, and citizen has access to U.S.-based and produced medicines. From a mission standpoint, it's to drive health security as well as economic growth. It's a critical piece here and a story that will be highlighted in some of the panels. This is not only good for our drug supply chain, it's good for our economy, specifically Missouri. And to enable that production to be in the United States so our citizens have the supplies that they need. Now, to achieve this, it's a very challenging, as many of you know, because you are experts and subject matter experts in this field and in this area. There's a set of values that we've implemented at APIC. The first is we ourselves have to be resilient. This is not for the faint-hearted. There's plenty of reasons and obstacles that one might stop. So our focus and values are to be innovative, to take the risk, to move forward, to put ourselves out there with ideas, concepts, partnerships, and relationships that are not going to be easy. They're going to be tumultuous. As I highlight to our team every day, no one else has ever done this before. It's going to be very difficult, messy, and when we get it right, beautiful at the end. Right? And so within that, we have a sense of values of resiliency, of establishing excellence with our partners, performing at our best, to collaborate with all of you. You're the experts. We're a steward, and we'll highlight that stewardship role. But being able to collaborate among ourselves and across all networks and ecosystems, no one entity can solve this problem. No one group can solve it on its own. And to focus on why we're doing this. You know, I've had a series of startups, and I would tell you, everybody would ask, I teach at entrepreneurship, I'm a faculty here at WashU, and they always ask me, what is the key to being able to have a very successful startup? One of them went for 20 years before I exited. And I tell them always the same thing, the why. The why. You'll hear passion as an example of why. But the fact that we're doing something bigger than ourselves, that we're contributing to citizens of the United States every single day with our efforts and our strengths in applying them. Now, we recognize that the challenges require certain type of methods to achieve these goals and objectives. And I highlighted the fact that we are only stewards. The API Innovation Center is not an individual entity unto its own. We're stewards of yourselves, the industry, stakeholders, experts, partners. And as stewards, we're looking to unlock the full potential of the existing and future U.S. manufacturing and drug supply chain. And so to do that, we focus on those relationships with all of you. And we'll be talking about some of the models we're using in regards to reshoring and producing medicines. Executing best-in-class research, which will be the competitive advantage when I get asked, why and how can you do it in the United States? You can't just reshore. You have to do it at a new, innovative, breakthrough capability that requires invention and world-class research. You have to form strategic partnerships with all of the underutilized and high potential assets that we already have in our nation and in our systems. And there's a lot of questions of where do we start? What do we do? What molecules? Where do we allocate our resources? A critical focus for us is to use decision sciences to make those choices because we're stewards. We're steward of the state and federal money and of your time from the manufacturers that partner with us and the experts. Being able to allocate those resources to the areas that will have the greatest impact. And lastly, be not afraid to lead. Be not afraid to lead and take that leadership position. Many of you last year commented and told us how everybody's just looking at everyone else. Who's going to take the lead? Who's going to coordinate? So having an approach that says we will lead, we will put ourselves out there. Now, we will measure our success by these metrics. Our ability to produce 25 medicines in 5 years here in the United States. Targeting the reshoring according to the big, bold biomanufacturing plan of over 300 medicines, which, by the way, last year, as we looked at it, that seemed like an insurmountable feat. And yet, as we continue to develop new capabilities, new knowledge, and new partnerships, that goal no longer seems as audacious as it did last year when we got together. A critical piece is to give a strong return to the investors, the federal and state government, and our ability to generate over $1 billion in economic stimulus to the region here in St. Louis based on the first 25 and over $15 billion nationally. See, making our own medicines is not just about supply. It's a significant economic incentive plan for our nation. To form partnerships that allow us to deploy what we've studied and understood to be over 30 billion tablet doses of medicine that are sitting as idle capacity in the United States. To unlock those through partnerships, to fill them all up so that we can produce the medicines and unlock that potential. And then accelerate our national resiliency, which also says, how do you measure national resiliency? And so being able to develop the analytics through decision and data sciences to say, how resilient are we? Can we respond to these challenges? This is how we'll measure ourselves and our ability to steward the support, the funding, the assets, and the people in your time and your resources as well as we partner with you, from expertise to manufacturing facilities. So with that, thought it would be very helpful to share with you our progress to date from last year, what the center's been able to accomplish and achieve in the 12 months since we've last been together. So with that, I'd like to bring up our Chief Operating Officer, Kevin Webb.
Good morning. You guys hear me okay? Well, good morning and welcome to Tony. Thank you for hosting us here at the Washington University. It's a beautiful campus. I always get lost on this campus, but once I find my way, I get a chance to look at all the buildings and how nice it is around here. So anyway, thank you. Welcome for being here. This is our second plenary event that we're hosting as we launched this last year Our commitment is aligned with the administration's goal was over the next 5 years, where the President Biden had laid out to reshore, produce domestically 25% of our nation's API. We launched this event because of that. And our goal, as I shared with you last time, is that we're going to hold ourselves accountable and making sure that we're tracking our progress. The beauty of this is it doesn't begin or end with a particular or any one administration. This is a priority for the former President Biden or Trump administration. It's a priority for the Biden administration, and it will be a priority again for the next incoming Trump administration. It's also a priority for the Congress. So we look forward to having you back here again next year as we continue to track our progress and work together to look at what are the additional challenges that we need to overcome. As Tony had mentioned, a lot has happened over the past year since we met. I'm just going to share a few of those just so you have at least an appreciation of just kind of the world in which we're living and the tone of what we're experiencing at the API Innovation Center, because a lot has been going on. This is kind of working most from chronologically, working backwards as far as the most recent event, in the fact that, the API Innovation Center was awarded one of the first biomap awards to reshore, strengthen domestic KSM and API manufacturing here in the United States. We are working with 3 Missouri-based manufacturers. Several of you are in this room: Apertis, Mallinckrodt Pharmaceuticals. We have Millipore Sigma, part of this network, and then the University of Missouri St. Louis. What's really exciting about this is the recognition that the federal government has looked at what the API Innovation Center is as far as the value proposition. When I was attending a biomap conference last week, they had indicated to several of the audience members that when they looked at the API Innovation Center, it's because they brought the whole package. They brought the end-to-end component. And that's what the government is looking for. The government does a lot of great things, but they're not experts in drilling down into the manufacturing capacity. But what we can do is bring that to them. We can bring the research organizations. We can bring the medical equipment companies and the device companies. We can bring the API manufacturers and the drug manufacturers in one complete package. And that way, as the government is looking at, we have critical drugs that need to be produced. And as we're developing this here, not only in Missouri and the region, but then also across the nation, that's a network now that the government can easily access. And this is the value proposition that we bring. And to Tony's point, we're just stewards of it. You're the groups that we work with. You're the reason why this can work, is because of the expertise that you bring. And this is an example or exemplar of how now this is already starting to pay dividends. Tony had mentioned the economic impact. That wasn't a number that we picked out of the air. That was a number that the Washington University School of Business research study concluded when they looked at the value proposition of strengthening manufacturing domestically, is that 25 medicines that we're focusing on is going to deliver $1.2 billion to the region economy. Now it can imagine what that looks like at a national level when we're looking at 300 plus drugs. So all of a sudden it has a very rapid accelerator, multiplier effect, that as you produce and reshore one API, a lot of success behind it now has a really important direct community benefit as far as we think about workforce development and new economic stimulus into the region. We also last month hosted the first Advanced Pharmaceutical Manufacturing Technology Conference. If you recall, for those who attended last year, we had 4 or 5 programs. We had 4 programs similar to what we're doing this year. But our commitment was to take one of those platforms and drill deeper into it. One of those platforms, the platform we had last year, was on technology. Do we have the right technology to accomplish the goals that we're setting out? That's important to the president. That's important to the Congress. So we started asking the question. And so we had a wonderful group of panelists last year who helped speak to that. And now what we did, we went deeper into it. We did a whole conference just on technology. Our colleague Tammy is going to present some of the data research from that market research that we did on that as well, as far as looking at how industry is starting to embrace advanced and novel technologies. We also then placed lomustine API. Lomustine is for the drug treatment for glioblastoma, a rare form of brain cancer. We chose lomustine for a reason. Lomustine is one of the drugs that is not produced or sourced here in the United States. And it's the manufacturers, European manufacturers, took an unconscionable price increase. Excuse me. What we needed to do is bring that drug back, and that we're doing it. Now we're placing the development of that API with Apertus right in the back there, who's going to produce the API for us as well. So thank you. All right. So last time I mentioned that this is our scorecard. This is our report card to you on the last year's plenary event. So there's going to be a couple of slides here and showing that we identified immediate actions, intermediate, and then long-term actions. The first one, as far as the immediate action, was to designate a coordinating entity to develop and implement a national strategy. The second action that we proposed, and this was the outcomes that came from the plenary event that we had, that was the recommendation that came from the panelists. The second action, or the immediate action, was to establish a public-private partnership to represent the three parties that we just discussed: government, industry, and patient interest. And the third action then was support the public-private partnership strategy through dedicated funding for coordinating entity. So we laid then out in that plenary, in our white paper, certain activities that we want to do to put out and be able to measure our success with that. And I'm happy to say that, again, we're not laying claim to this, believe me. But what is indicative of is that the administration and the Congress looking at this is an important priority, and these initiatives are moving forward. So Congress appropriated $1 billion through ARPA-H for their first 3 years of funding for the agency. Where we put as a yellow is that their initial grants are limited right now to just biomedical health breakthroughs. What we need to do is work with ARPA-H to look at other areas that are important to our national health and security beyond just the biomedical fields. And we believe that they're doing that. We believe that's an area just that coming out of the gate, they were focusing on the biomedical parts. HHS had the supply chain resilience and shortage coordinator tasked with developing opportunities for agency coordination across the drug agency, so that position's in place. And then also publications from HHS focus on preventing drug shortages. So the takeaway here is, while a year ago, 2 years ago, there was very little momentum, or at least a coordinated effort that was taking place within the Congress or within the administration, we're starting to see now there's a real momentum, alignment on what needs to be done. Instead of just throwing a lot of money at it, what needs to be done and what can we do strategically and collaboratively to accomplish that first goal. And so we're happy to see that activity taking place. The second action then, as far as establish a public-private partnership, again, we have ARPA-H was created. The Biomap Consortium was established, which we just announced on the slide prior. And then since 2019, ASPR's invested more than $325 million into domestic production for APIs. Tremendous efforts, tremendous progress and accomplishments that have been done on behalf of the government. And then on the third action item is to support the public-private partnership. National Science Foundation has been leaning into this. We're seeing when you see more of the grants that are now starting to come through for the notice of funding offers are leaning more into domestic production as well, as opposed to some of the more other areas of science that they were of importance. But now we're seeing the NSF starting to take this as a priority as well. We have not yet, though, seen any grants 100% dedicated to just the KSMs or the API component. So we're still competing with them. We're still submitting proposals, but we're not seeing anything specific right now from NSF, and we think that's a call to action that they need to lean into a little bit more as well. Short-term actions then on government is to create and maintain a single U.S. critical drug list. The second action that the panel proposed last year was to establish a government-funded critical drug buffer inventory. And then the last one was to invest in upgrading existing manufacturing capacity. Again, significant progress has been made over the past year and within the past even more so in the past couple of months. On the single drug list, We've have not yet seen a list that combines the essential medicines list with those drugs that are important to the private sector. But in conversations with various agencies, they recognize that. And so last count, during our plenary last year, we counted up to 11. There was 11 drug lists. So depending upon which list that you want to look at, it'll give you a different answer. But there's awareness now. At least it's being discussed that how do we as a government and how as a nation start to align and focus on one core critical medicines list? And those conversations are taking place. Establish a government-funded critical buffer inventory. Other than the National Strategic Stockpile, which is critically important, we're not seeing any national activity on looking at what we call drugs of strategic critical importance, not just those that have either essential or important during a national event, such as a bioterror event or a pandemic. We're talking about drugs that are completely sourced on another country, that in the event that those drug supply should be depleted or cut off, we have some kind of buffer stock in place that inventory can be managed. And then the third action is to invest in upgrading existing manufacturing capacity. As Tony alluded, we did a study about 2 years ago where we spoke and met with 25% of the nation's generic drug manufacturers. And most of them had at least a third to half of their manufacturing lines sitting empty or idle. There's a real need to not necessarily build new factories, but to repurpose the inventory that we have, the idle capacity. So while we've seen some significant investment taking place through ASPR via Biomap, and the Office of Strategic Capital seeks loan public input. I mean, we just responded to a request for information that came out from the OSC. It's an area that's starting to attract a lot of attention as far as how do we now repurpose some of this inventory or capacity that we have and put it then to put it back to use. The last scorecard report we have then is the long-term actions. And that is continue to invest in advanced manufacturing technology to maintain a competitive edge. And the panel's other recommendation was design a long-term supply chain management plan that includes diversification and sourcing of APIs. As we look at the activities that took place for that first action as far as investing in AMT, Tammy Fraley is going to share some report on the market research that we did, that we first reported out on the technology conference from last month. What we're seeing is that there's now a willingness for industry to move into this more willingly to move into it as opposed to being drug into it. And that's really good news because I think as we start to see industries further embrace technology and improving and enhancing their manufacturing lines, that's going to create a whole lot more opportunities here in the United States. We've seen some investment by the federal agencies that's coming through ASPR, NSF, and ARPA-H. But it's one of those areas that we think we can be more dedicated, particularly in the generic manufacturers, where the margins are significantly low. It's the reason why they got out of producing some of these drugs here in the United States. So how are we working with the generic companies to help safeguard and build up their capacity? And the current Congress, as though it's actually in orange, so I don't know how it's reflected on the screen. So it's not red, it's orange. There's been a lot of discussion, a lot of activity, some momentum behind it. We haven't yet stuck the landing on any of that. So what we need to do is continue to work with Congress to do that. And then the second action item is design a long-term drug strategy plan. There is significant activity going on mapping. Again, people starting to ask the right questions. Where are the risks? Where are the opportunities? And so there's a lot of activity at the government on the mapping strategies. The government just announced about Linda 2023, Betty, Betsy, or early 2024, the Department of Commerce Supply Chain Center, which is the White House Supply Chain Council. Tony and I had the privilege of being one of the first members to actually present to that council last month. And it represents, I think, 10 agencies, Department of Defense, Public Health, or HHS, the DOD. So a significant amount of focus in aligning on what that supply chain strategy needs to be and identifying areas of risk. And we had, I think, half the board or 15, 20 people there that were in attendance. So it was really, and some really neat action items came out of that as well. And then we have groups like In Drug Shortage Alliance and others that are really doing really good work and really continuing to bring attention to this area. So that's what I have. I think now I have the pleasure of welcoming my friend and colleague, Tony, back up.
Thanks, Kevin, and thank you for the overview of a lot of work, both by the team at APIC, but also a lot of work that you've contributed to as we've tapped your expertise, your knowledge to give insights and information to the different organizations of which we were working with to move those elements forward. So while we get set up on the slide, I want to just kind of highlight a few things for our first panel. The first panel is on building a resilient drug supply chain. And I think the way I think of it and the way I approach it is, why don't we have one? First question. And I asked that question about 5 years ago and started doing research on not just the situation of our supply chain, that 83% of our top 100 generics, we have no US-based API manufacturing. Over 97% antivirals, antibiotics have no US-based manufacturing of the active pharmaceutical ingredient. Greater than 80% of our oncology drugs have no US-based manufacturing for their API. So we very much have a fragile system. But the idea was why? And I think a lot of efforts and focus have been put towards the concept of what I'll call logistics, getting medicines through the supply chain, the inventorying, and getting them to the patients. But I think about this as very different. I think about it as a root cause that really drives all those symptoms is the economic viability of manufacturing and producing. Thanks to Josh, I had the pleasure of testifying in front of Congress on this being the critical piece that needed to be addressed, the economics of manufacturing generic medicines. So our first panel, and the way these panels are going to work, we're going to have a speaker give a brief presentation on a topic, and then move from there into a discussion with the panel members. And so I want to highlight some of the research that I've done in regards to the economics, just to highlight and set the context for our panel discussion in a model. Because if we're going to solve it and develop a model, we need to know what we're solving for. And by understanding that this is an economic viability issue, the model that we can put and deploy as APIC focuses on the right root cause. So these are some outputs of a series of studies that I conducted that show a series of trends. The first is the significant cost pressure for generics from 2016 to 2022. In this case, a 30 count of a top generic on average is $1.47. We're talking pennies per tablet. You can get the sense of the margins are very difficult to substantiate a business and grow the business. Now, when I teach my grad students on assessing their portfolio here at the university, I assess the aspect of, is a business in your portfolio valuable and viable? Should you divest? Should you invest? And what you see below are two of the metrics we use, which are EBITDA, earnings before income taxes, depreciation, against revenue. Right? So just to let you know, the minimum is 20%. Absolutely base is 20%. And typically in my days in corporate strategy at Monsanto, any business at 20 or below, we divested. Now, what you could see is for the top 24 public companies in generic industry, even the top quartile, or only the top quartile, is above the 20. You have a majority of the industry below 20%, which means you have a very unstable economic industry, which results in exits and leads to then shortages. You look on the right-hand side, it's if a company is to invest, and think of that now even in a climate of higher interest rates, borrowing rates. If you're going to invest, you need to know you're going to have a return on that investment. Or why not just leave it in the bank at 10%, right? Or 9%? And when you start looking at this industry, you start seeing the same profile. Very low return on the investment. And I'm sure some of this is not new to you, but some of you are making these decisions. Do I expand? Do I start producing a new generic? Do I enter a market? And you're probably asking yourself, one, on the EBITDA side, do I have enough money to reinvest? And on the capital side, will I be able to service the investment, the loan, the borrowing capacity? So what you have is a situation where you have low profitability of the medicine itself, pennies. You have uncertainty that you'd even be able to continue your pricing. Some of you have heard this referred to as the race to the bottom, this commoditization. I call it the commoditization loop. Here's why. The ability to highlight. I teach a lot of cases, study a lot of industries. And I can tell you, this is one of the few, if not the only, where there's no other differentiating factor other than price. Quality is not measured. Spec is highlighted. So think of it, any other industry you work in, you're differentiating on service, price, quality, all sorts of tangibles and intangibles. In this industry, that does not exist. It is price. And it causes a constant loop and degradation because it's commoditized. It's not valued. You get low return on your investments, so you don't invest. And you have low availability of capacity because in the end, capital, because in the end, you have to get capital if you're going to expand. So it leaves a situation of great uncertainty for anyone in this industry. Uncertainty of the risks of moving forward, investing and producing. And when we come to the industry in the United States and say, there's new technology, you should adopt it. That is a very scary proposition. It's unknown. The risks are unknown, the returns are unknown, and even the ability to know if they can get the staff and talent to deploy it. So at APIC, we came up with a model to address this root underlying economic viability issue to stimulate the industrial manufacturing base in the United States, both existing, not necessarily new. We call it the ICP model. We're a nonprofit. It's a private-public model where you invest, and I'll go down into detail, invest in the advanced technologies. You contract existing. It's a critical differentiator. Contract existing facilities that are ready. Kevin had said 50% of them running idle. Could be back up in less than 2 years. And then you partner. And I want to highlight, see, this is not a supply chain in my mind. It's not a supply chain. It's a rent chain. No one owns the entirety of this industry, right? So if you're Google, you can provide a search engine. You own it from vertically integrated from beginning to end. You own that industry, right? You own it. This is a rent. We all depend on each other. So any solution has to bring all the stakeholders that share in driving resiliency together and helping them coordinate and be effective. So let's dig in a little bit on this model. So the first part was invest. We have the pleasure of having Aaron Willard, who's on our team. He was the former chief of staff of the governor, Parson, governor of Missouri. Joined us recently. He had the foresight when we went and proposed that this was important for Missouri from a manufacturing, but also for our nation, that there was a private-public partnership investment at the state level. And what would we do with that investment? We would do is take those investments and provide them to research units to develop new routes of synthesis, new manners in which to make and modernize how we produce our medicines. Remember, I said it's not about bringing the same batch, the same facility, the same techniques to the United States. That's just not viable. Right? The ability to invest in new technologies, starting with the route of synthesis and modernizing them. I know in some of the work we've done, we've already taken 4-step processes down to 1 step. Think of the efficiencies gained in that kind of production in R&D. So invest in that R&D. So we're providing investments at companies as well as University of Missouri. Secondly, is also a critical linchpin is the key starter materials. using these technologies to also allow us to produce the KSMs through these new synthesis routes. And then working with the equipment. So we have Corning present today, one of the leaders in the continuous flow reactors. We have Emerson, and we have software, Millipore Sigma with their software. Numerous entities that bring together capabilities that can be leveraged for advanced manufacturing. Someone has to invest in the validity and testing of those. And in our case, even purchase outright the equipment. So now, we just reduced that capital expense, right? Remember I said it's tough to get capital, you got to borrow it. So you don't do it because your ROI, ROC isn't high enough. We've removed that impediment. We take the funding, we deploy it against the right focus area, and this model allows us to then reduce that upfront investment for a company. Step 2, contract. The underpinning of this is that facilities exist. So the alternative of this is you build a new plant, right? What we're saying is, why not fully unlock the underutilized potential of the facilities that exist in our nation first? We're not saying that you shouldn't expand. But if you want to build resiliency in the short term, in the near term, leverage. By the way, they also have produced these medicines in some cases like Mallinckrodt for 100 years. They know what they're doing, right? They have CGMP facilities already approved. So the criticality here is leveraging it. And we have new space that's been onboarded, right? New capabilities with flow and continuous who have built new capacity. And those are fully embraced and brought into this capacity question we have, our capacity number. So this part is about contracting. It's about doing the technology transfer of the rotosynthesis, but also investing in that transfer of knowledge around the reactors or the equipment and giving them certainty of volume and price to produce the API. In a world where the price continues to erode because it's highly commoditized, we give certainty to that API producer. We want this volume at this price for this long of a period. Now, why can we do that? Because of the next piece, the partnering. The partnering is not just partnering with one or two entities, but the delivery system, okay? That's healthcare systems, national retailers, and the drug manufacturers. So here's how we're approaching that. We're approaching it that while we pay and contract the API manufacturer, which is our critical weak link, we have good amount of drug production capabilities, finished drug production. So the thought process is, as opposed to contracting someone to make the drug, we do something different. We form a strategic partnership. Think of it as a mini joint venture. We're going to come to you as a drug manufacturer. We want you to produce this drug. Here's the API, certain price, but we share in the revenue that we're going to generate when you produce that drug. Why are we doing that? Because we recognize that the API Innovation Center has to be self-sufficient and self-reliant in the out years. We do not want to depend on an ongoing, nor should we, on funding from either the federal government or from the state government. If the model works, we should be able to recapture a small amount that we can bring back and reinvest in the R&D. Now, why would a drug manufacturer do that? Why would they give us a few pennies or percentages to do that? Because we've worked absolutely relentlessly to secure end customer contracts. We have worked with healthcare systems. Kevin mentioned we are under contract to produce finished drug for a healthcare system here in the region. We are working to secure contracts at a national retail level to produce those. Now, what's different than right now? Firm pricing, security of 5-year contract, right? And security of demand and volume. All of a sudden, the return on your investment starts looking a lot more favorable because many of you have said to us and told us when we were understanding these challenges, my entire portfolio could get wiped clean if the distributors decide that someone can produce it for $1 cheaper, they can just wipe me out. How can you run a business like that? It's not feasible. So we address the root. 5-year commitment. Now I can tell you, we have quite a healthy conversation with the end customers. You've got to give our manufacturers 5 years. Well, what about 3, 5, right? As well as set price. Now we've learned something else in this model that might strike you. There are a lot of conversations, well, it has to be a lot cheaper. We have not heard that at all. See, the pain point at the retail and the healthcare is they don't have supply. When their economists do the analysis and their financials of the cost of a shortage, and when they look at it, as we've told them, to look at it at a 5-7 year period, because you get low prices, then the price goes up and shortages, they realize that a full life cycle of 7 years, it's actually not good business to try to always get the lowest price. And I think at Congress, I said, there's a high cost of a low price. There's a high cost of a low price, and it's creating havoc and fragility of our supply chain. So that's the partnership. So when this model comes together, it's aggregating that demand, it's bringing it together, it's collaborating with drug and finished to give more certainty. It also involves our manufacturers' direct shipping to our customers. And I think you've seen a lot of analysis of the distributors and the PBMs who all play a very important role. But in some of these very low margin medicines, the ability to strip costs in the delivery systems is a critical piece to being able to have viability. Okay? This is our hypothesis. This is our experiment. This is what we've deployed and what we've been working. And it's been based on a lot of guidance, insights on pain points and challenges that you've expressed to us. So I just want to do a couple of highlights and then we'll kick off our panel. Economically, it allows thus far, as we've been looking at the outputs, economic viability. It gives cost reductions. We've seen a 50% estimated cost reduction on that brain cancer drug, but we're still looking at what that'll end up being. So the question of can it or can it not shows some promise to reduce the costs. It allows us to be globally competitive using new technologies. Patients get certainty of their medicines. Agile demand. You cannot just have capacity just waiting there. You're going to have agile, flexible capabilities to respond to the next pandemic or other type of disruptions. By the way, API manufacturing is one of the highest contributors to carbon emissions. So the ability to use these new technologies to reduce carbon emissions is critical. And that's been a call to the industry and creating jobs in the United States. Highlighted as it could be one of the biggest economic stimulus packages to make our own medicines. So we talked about the economic benefit. I just wanted to highlight that. We have 6 medicines under development, contributing $306 million already in regional economic impact. We have 19 more to go. The goal is then, therefore, based on the research, to hit 1.2. And look at that, over 300, 350, depending on what the 25% is of the total. You're looking at 17 billion. And many ask, why did we start it in Missouri? And why did the state invest in this? We have a very strong biotech and pharma presence. USP has said in past research that we're the #1 API producer by state in the country. Now, we're not a big country API producer, but the concept that we are #1 means we have the capacity, we have the capability. And there's advantages of our location, because a resilient supply chain has to have agility and nodal type systems around. So with that, I would like to call up our panel members and enter into a discussion of this model and some of the challenges with it. Well, thank you first, all of you, for taking time to contribute to the panel discussion and really looking at how do we design a stable and resilient drug supply chain, of course, within the concept of this model that we've developed. And I really do highlight it's an experiment and we're continuing to learn on it. So what I thought I'd do is allow each of you to share a little bit about yourselves versus my intro and what your organizations are doing, the work you're doing to stabilize the U.S. drug supply chain.
All right. Good morning. Tony, thank you. Thanks to the API Innovation Center. I don't think hosting us today, but for critically important work that you all do. My name is Monique Mansura. I'm the Executive Director for Global Health Security and Biotechnology at the MITRE Corporation. We're a large not-for-profit corporation that's been around for 65 years. And it's had the privilege of working with senior government leaders over that time to tackle some of the toughest challenges. And the one you addressed today is one that myself, my team is deeply focused on. We work at this intersection of health and national security, as you say, health security. My background, really the pivot in my career was after 9/11, the anthrax attacks, and working on drug development programs for the U.S. government to address these high consequence events. So why would I bring that up? The principle of the right medicine for the right person at the right time is amplified in events like the COVID pandemic. And I remember going to a supply chain conference a few years ago and talking about blue sky days and black sky days. And it was rightfully challenged by a healthcare provider that told me every day was a black sky day. When you don't have the medicine to provide the patient in front of you the medicine they need, that's a black sky day. And that's where we are with these essential medicines. So the work we're doing at MITRE in working both through an independent research program and with government leaders is really focused on this concept of framing what we call an industrial base. When you look at our national defense and the public-private partnerships that they have to supply the critical assets they need in the military, they refer to an industrial base. And that for us has been a critically important framing as we're dealing with government leaders, with the White House, with Congress, and with American people. So the work we're doing is really focused on that industrial-based lens, recognizing, again, too often, too many of us have been in these situations now with these events where we have to evacuate or we have to hunker down because there's a high consequence event. And one of those three things that we absolutely have to have in order to survive 72 hours is food, water, and it's medicine. As you said many times, Tony, this is an existential risk, not having access to the medicines we need. So the work we're doing, framing this as an industrial base, looking, understanding the underlying economic problems, really prioritizing the requirements. What are the structures we need? And many of the themes that you have up there in the model, critically important. So I look forward to the discussion with the panel. I'm excited to be a part of this discussion, part of the solution, and thank you for asking that.
Thank you. Thank you, Monique, so much for being part of this. And some of you, if you want to look up Monique, she has a podcast on the topic, so you can look up some of her conversations. And she's quite humble that MITRE and Monique have been absolutely essential and instrumental in not only solutions, but advising the federal government over many decades on what organizations they should create, which organizations should be put in place so that they could govern and organize properly. So really impactful throughout both COVID time period and even beyond. So it's a real pleasure to have you, Monique. Michael.
I'm Mike Gagno. I'm Senior Director of Pharmacy Practice and Quality with the American Society of Health System Pharmacists. It's a mouthful. We represent about 60,000 pharmacists, student pharmacists, and pharmacy technicians. Many of you may know us through our efforts to track drug shortages. We run a parallel list to the FDA's drug shortage list. The 323 number that Tony cited earlier this morning comes from our data. We have a partnership with the University of Utah Drug Information Service. Many of you may know Aaron Fox, who's an expert in this topic also. So we provide that information publicly. The difference between our list, well, there are many differences between the FDA and the SHP list. Happy to go into them at some point out in the hallway, since we don't have time for all of the differences. But we also try to provide resources for the public. They're not just for our members. So currently, with how many of you are familiar with what's happened with Baxter Pharmaceuticals, and everyone's nodding and raising their hands. We have issued recommendations on conservation of fluids. That page we had about 50,000 page hits last month. That's been shared broadly through HHS and other stakeholders. But we really try to do what we can to help practitioners navigate these drug shortages. So we're not directly in the supply chain, although our members are certainly participants toward the end of the supply chain. And I think there's a lot, and I think we'll talk about this more in this panel, but there's a lot of opportunity for those buyers and those practitioners to understand their role in the supply chain.
Yeah, thank you, Tony. And I'll build on one of the words you used earlier today around stewardship. So Mallinckrodt is, I'm probably part of Mallinckrodt's 157-year history, but our role is often stewarding that organization forward. And Mallinckrodt's the largest provider of essential medicines in the United States by tonnage. We make more than anybody else. All of our medicines our active ingredients for our generics business are made in the United States in 3 factories. We have 3 other factories making finished dose. And so I'm proud to be part of the panel. I've collaborated with the API Center for years now. And your question is, what are we doing to help address the shortages? I've had the misfortune to have been in Hospira when it went through its series of drug shortages due to 2 warning letters. And now in the current drug shortage situation, a multitude of our products are on both drug shortage lists. And I do appreciate the ASHP list being I'll say, more robust list than what the FDA's is for a variety of reasons. But it is a tough spot. And there are many things as a manufacturer, but also more importantly, as an industry, we can think broadly about doing to mitigate these risks, mitigate these shortages, and minimize, as you pointed out, the risk to patients. Because ultimately what happens when you don't get your medicines, there are life-altering consequences. And we're conscious of that as a manufacturer. I know most of the folks around this room have roles in the supply chain, but it comes down to that life-altering event when you don't have the medicine you need. And so that's why we're passionate about it. I'm proud to be a part of Mallinckrodt. Just a brief thing, prior to joining Mallinckrodt, another phase of my life, I was in the consulting, and I've been in 25 factories around the world. I've seen well-run factories, and I've seen poorly run factories. And there are plenty of poorly run factories competing today at a cost position that makes a robust supply chain difficult to maintain. And we'll talk a little more about that as we go. But get Aaron. Sure.
Did the research in regards to our available capacity for US-based API. If it wasn't for Mallinckrodt, we would have been over 98, 99 for certain classes of drugs. They truly represent one of our only US-based vertically integrated providers. We're proud to have them here in St. Louis and have one of the largest facility. And I know countless hours for you and your team to ensure the stability of availability of our drug supply chain. Aaron, you played a very instrumental role at the state, and we're hoping to hear a little bit about those roles you played in ensuring this resiliency of our supply chain.
Thanks, Tony. So previous to this, served as the chief of staff for the governor in the state of Missouri. So for those of you who've traveled, Missouri is about 6.2 million people. Overall, in terms of the size of state government, we have about 48,000 employees, around a $50 billion budget. 17 departments, 130 divisions, and it's a fairly large enterprise on any given day to day. And I have to admit, for those of you who have interaction with government, we do a lot of things. We don't always do them well. The chief of staff a lot of times is the one that I feel like gets to play Dutch boy, fill a lot of holes, try to solve a lot of problems. And it was absolutely an amazing opportunity. But it was also a chance to really set some of the narrative for our administration and identify priorities. And for us, we tried to always keep it very simple. I know I hate to say it, and even we tell the governor this, politicians are great about talking about priorities. This is a priority, and that's a priority, and this is a priority. And it's very simple. I said, look, the reality is if everything is a priority, nothing is a priority. So we're going to talk about two things. And those of you that live in Missouri, you probably know this, he never gave a speech where we didn't talk about infrastructure or workforce development. And those are the two things we really set our pillars of our administration on. Now, we did 1,000 things. We did lots and lots of things. But it was about infrastructure and workforce development. And the first, really, infrastructure, when I would talk to companies, would talk to others, it's not just roads and bridges. It's how do you attract capital? Because we all know infrastructure projects are very expensive. And so we really tried to be strategic in how would we set out different markers? How do we create partnerships to draw in more capital, to make other investments and leverage what we were going to do? Just one example for us, when we came into office, which is 6.5 years ago, our state transportation improvement plan was $2.5 billion. The last one we just passed was $14.5 billion. So that wasn't just necessarily saying, hey, we're going to start writing checks, we're going to cut programs. That's actually at the same time we started early childhood education. We've paid our teachers more. We've record amounts to mental health, fully funded education. You go on and on. All those things were able. It's just how do we do it a little differently? So that was really exciting for us. And obviously API was one of these investments that we were able to make as well.
Really some tremendous forethought. I have the pleasure, really the honor of being able to go to the White House on a regular basis. And they really, even despite, might say, Missouri's a red state, they look with great marvel as to what the forethought and foresight that Aaron and the governor had to be able to invest in it, not just for our state, but for our nation to take a leadership role. And in fact, I was just there, I think 2 weeks ago, right before the election, and they're writing some case studies to leave for the new administration as to what worked in this model, that Missouri, as they call it, the Missouri model, the ICP model, has proven to be a very effective instrument for stabilizing it. Really appreciated all that support. And we're delighted because just like he partnered with us, now he's leading our partnership. So you'll see more of Aaron as he collaborates with each of you as our Chief Partnership Officer. Well, Andrew made a point that is never lost on me in any of my discussions with Andrew. For a manufacturer, he's always focusing on the patient. And so as a result, I really wanted to start with you, Michael, which is from the pharmacy perspective, what does resiliency in the drug supply chain mean? And how have you seen it impact our patient care?
Great question. And I want to start off with another question. How many in the room are practitioners, healthcare practitioners? Got a couple. Okay. How many of you consume drugs in some way? Okay. So there's obviously some familiarity, right? From a pharmacy perspective, and I because of the audience, I'll extrapolate to all healthcare practitioners. In general, we expect the drug to be there when we need it. We expect it to work the way it's supposed to work. And beyond that, we don't really give it much thought. And unfortunately, you noted the commoditization of the drug supply chain, and that's the practitioner mindset. It's all equal. It all should be the same. It's a pass-fail system with the absence of any other information. I'm buying the cheapest product until it's not there. And if any of you have been at a pharmacy counter or in the hospital with someone that understands that the medication is not available, it can be devastating. If it's a cancer diagnosis, it can be extremely disruptive to your day-to-day living. If it's something you take for ADHD or for narcolepsy and can't drive to work without risk of falling asleep. So these shortages have extreme impact on patient lives, on everyday lives. But we don't think of anything beyond that initial purchasing until there's a shortage. Then, we'll go to whichever source we can, pay more for a 503B compounded product, pay more through the gray market if that's necessary. But at the end of the day, most practitioners aren't giving much thought to where products are made, the quality at which they're being manufactured. And it's an unfortunate thing, and that's where I alluded to earlier, the role that we can have in the supply chain and helping to make it more sustainable.
Thank you, Michael. I think there really is a very powerful insight. I think definitions are really critical. And if it's defined as just a commodity, fully interchangeable, obviously leads to a certain behavior. So I hear that also as a call of action around the sharing of information around these medicines, and that they may or may not be all equal, and that price is only one instrument. So thank you for that. Now, Monique, we've talked about the incredible role MITRE has played around health and national security. And the question I ask is, I get asked this in some of my interviews, so I'm really interested to hear your comments on this. Why does it matter where our medicines are manufactured? And what are some of the national security implications of relying so heavily on foreign sources for our critical APIs and medicines?
I want to build on what you said. And again, building off what we just heard from Michael, the high cost of low price. If we play this through, what are those consequences of not having the drug that the individual needs in the moment? And again, I think about that, the individual patient and provider, but I also think about that at scale in these high consequence events, whether it's Hurricane Helene that wiped out the saline supply, and our dependency on a potential adversary, on China, for restoring partial supply so that hospitals could operate. I think about COVID and the enormous sort of demand surge that had the second, third order effects on every other supply chain and essential medicine. What if other countries aren't playing by the same rule book, Tony, that you just showed about EBITDA and how they make decisions? What if other countries that are a dominant sort of supply side of API aren't playing by that rule book and view biopharmaceutical manufacturing as a critical technology for its national and economic security, and a technology that they want to lead in, they want to dominate? I think that's the framing. Again, what if we maintain those dependencies? So I think much of what I learned in business school, right, I am in part haunted by, because the EBITDA, the balance sheet, we've got to make it work, because those are the sort of market forces that drive how we define our industrial base and our economy. And there are times where the federal government, in its own national security and economic security interest, has to be part of that solution. And again, I come from a background working for the federal government on its medical countermeasure program post 9/11. So the strategic stockpile that you alluded to earlier, there are times when the government makes investments because the consequences of being unprepared, that high cost of being unprepared, is unacceptable. And protecting the population is paramount. And that's where access to medicines every single day, that's where I see the linkage between the medical countermeasure program and the essential medicines. There are some differences, but the market challenges are significant. So we view this also not only as an industrial base that's a high value critical technology, biotechnology, biomanufacturing, and wanting to ensure that we have the space, staff, and stuff, the facilities, the workforce, the supply chains that are resilient in that system, as paramount to our national and economic security. When people have their medicines, they maintain their health, they go to work, it all comes together. And sort of seeing that system as the model here has illuminated, allows us to engage with the White House, with Congress. I'm increasingly engaging with my family. I was a little disturbed this morning to see a commercial on TV of yet another app that allows you to find the cheapest medicine. Mm-hmm. That is the dominant discourse, and it's understandable. We have to engage our friends, our family, our community in appreciating this broader system and what's at stake here. Because to Michael's point, it's all good until it's not, until you can't get that medicine. And the geopolitical risks, the naturally occurring disasters, all of these insults to our supply chain, building resilience is absolutely, as Aaron said, needs to be a priority. And we need to illuminate sort of the criticality of it and build solutions to building the resiliency as the API Innovation Center. We're a proud partner to be working with you and your team, Tony, and with government leaders who really are very committed to this.
Thank you, Monique. And one thing I know we've talked about in the past is this aspect that, unlike any other industry, this isn't about convenience. It's not about quality. It's actually about survivability, the inability to get these medicines. And so the concept of making it a strategic asset, like others may in fact do, puts us vulnerable, but if we address it, build strength to it. So really important insights. And I also appreciate the fact that the contrast you said, we've had COVID was a demand shock, but we're heavily vulnerable to a supply shock. right? The lack of access, lack of ability to have it produced or getting it from our foreign counterparts. Yeah. And then, Aaron, obviously we touched on the role that you played at the state in supporting it. And can you share a little bit about, especially as others now look at what you did as a Missouri model, why was it strategic for Missouri in your decision to invest in this when we approached with the concept?
Yeah, that's a great question, because I'm sure a lot of people think that the decisions government makes and where they invest don't always make a lot of sense. But I can tell you from our standpoint, from my standpoint, when I was really trying to think about where are we going to direct our money, where are those priorities going to be, one of the first things that I would always ask is, are they willing to invest in themselves? Because the reality is everyone likes to come to government for free money, and free money is the easiest thing to ask for. But what are they willing to put in themselves? And so when you have partners that are willing to step up and say, hey, look, this is how I know how important it is because they've already gone and they looked at the capital stack, or they've already gone and they've looked and figured out where their investors are. When they've done that kind of work, you know that they've already put a lot into it. The other thing that I always felt like was really important from the state standpoint, if you're going to be pursuing, some kind of a government funding, is it strategic? Again, it's very easy to just try to say, hey, this is a great idea. It sounds like a good thing. Does it have value? Yeah. Is it emotional? Absolutely. But is it a strategic investment we can make? Well, when we knew that we're already one of the largest API producers in the country, yes, that became a very strategic investment for us that it made sense to look at. One of the other ones that we would always kind of look at that I would think about is something that kind of Monique just brought up is it able to scale? I don't need pilot projects. If it's only good on a small amount, that doesn't really have the impact that I want it to be able to have on a state or on a national scale. So every time that somebody would come, and understanding that it would have to be able to develop, it would have to grow, and you'd want to be able to support that but at the end, at the terminal point, is it going to be able to scale, and is it going to be able to be effective? So that was one of the other things that we always looked at. And the last, Tony brought this up too. And I appreciate, you mentioned this on where API even wants to go. Are they going to be sustainable? Yes. So can we get a investment from the state? Can you get it from the federal government? But where do they ultimately want to be long-term? Is part of their plan being self-sufficient? If they are, that to me was always a really good partner. That was somebody that we said, hey, this is worth, investing in because we know where they want to go. Because otherwise, all I'm really doing is I'm trying to pass the buck, or I'm going to be making an investment that somebody else is going to have to stay committed to. And I don't know what their priorities are going to be. But if I know what my priorities are, and I know that they've done these other things, it's going to be a good investment, I think, for the state in the long run. So that was kind of how we approached it.
That's tremendous insight. There's two things that I really take away. First is, the importance of the drug production model. I know several of you represent finished drug manufacturing, where we've presented partnership models, and we've been thrilled at your willingness to be open to those type of relationships so that the center can be sustainable and continue to fund the R&D. And then the second part is the scaling, the ability to scale so that you're not just producing for Missouri, but producing for the country. And then, those are two that really jump out at me in regards to it and the ability to contribute. So I appreciate that. Well, definitely, last but not least, Andrew, as one of the leading manufacturers, some of the key challenges and opportunities for the pharmaceutical industry in adopting some of these new technologies, which we'll hear more of on our next panel, as an instrument, as a mechanism to increase resiliency.
Yeah, building on some of the points made. It's a tough market, and the other guys don't play fair, right? Just to be.
So we make acetaminophen. We're about 1/8 of the globe's supply of acetaminophen. It's been operating since 1970 odd, North Carolina. And that facility competes globally. Acetaminophen, I guarantee everybody in this room has taken our product, whether you like it or not. Your mom gave it to you, right? Your dad gave it to you. You bought it at the store. That is being attacked by global trade. So to give you two examples, India, after COVID, identified that acetaminophen was a critical product for the treatment of COVID and the nation's healthcare there, and cut off export of APAP, and then invested into their self-sufficiency a couple $100 million to wean them off reliance on China's PAP, which is a precursor material. About 80% of the globe's precursor for acetaminophen originates solely in China. China's made a strategic investment to do that, and they control that market. Fortunately, none of our product originates in China. We have a different supply chain. France has put $100 million into restarting a plant in France that Rhodia used to run to compete against our acetaminophen product. I can complain and cry about other countries putting money to take my business away, and I will a little bit, forgive me. But that's okay. The world's not fair. We make a better product, we've got to compete. The problem with that example is when you extend it then to products we aren't in today, the other side's not playing fair. They've got a lower cost structure. They're getting government subsidies. They're getting support. And so things like technologies, we absolutely need to look at. And we need to look at leveling that playing field, right? So I think I used the anecdote at the reception last evening. The only thing you'll buy at a Walgreens you can't tell where it came from is the medicine behind the counter. It doesn't tell you where it was made. It doesn't tell you where the active came from. That's not fair. Not fair to consumers, not fair to buying groups. You can't tell the quality of the medicine. None of us have a kit, and, as Vic's pointed out, right, to take apart the medicine and see if it's viable, right? Does it work? We don't know. You can tell your pair of socks you bought whether they have holes in the toes or not. So how do we give consumers that information? If we empower the consumer, we create a marketplace that levels the playing field, and we bring in technology, the United States can compete anybody. I strongly believe in that. We have for years. I think the challenge is how do we align the market or the demand side to be fair so that the supply side has a shot. And right now that market's imbalanced. And so where I think technology comes in this conversation broadly is the APIC efforts to level that playing field, to highlight where the opportunities are and bring technology on the supply side to marry demand and say, this is how we can create these solutions for these markets is really critically important. I know as a manufacturer, we look at all kinds of products every day. Should we make this? Should we make that? And a lot of these business cases are terrible. Really bad. Really bad. It's an easy way to lose a lot of money to go into chemical manufacturing, API manufacturing, generic pharmaceutical manufacturing. I think the challenge is, are we willing as a nation, as a partnership in APIC, to find solutions? And I think there's a willingness there. And it's both parties, all prior administrations, our time in DC, and Josh will speak later about some of this. We hear a awareness that there's a risk. People understand the risks. And the data you've provided, Tony, highlights those risks. I think the challenge is coming up with solutions, right? There is no silver bullet. There is not one bill that solves this magically. It's not just a check somebody writes, to your point, Aaron, that now it's sustainable forever and ever. That's not how the market's set up. And so it does take a coalition. It does take solving these hard problems. And, we're proud to do what we do in the little corner of the medical world Mallinckrodt operates in. I'd love to do more, right? So would most American manufacturers. But what we need to arrive at is a set of broad understanding that, look, the world's not fair. That's okay. We all learned that as kids. How do we make a team, right? A coalition that says, all right, it's not fair, but we can still compete. We can bring the right technology. We can get the right policies. We can get the right message out there. We can get the consumer aware and have a conversation that says, this is how we're going to compete and build resilience in our supply chain. And it's a hard problem, but we got a lot of smart people working on it. We got time. I think we can do it. But that's, I know, kind of a roundabout answer to your question, Tony. What role does technology play? It's a pillar, but we can't be naive either. If we invent, Corning's here. If we bring in Corning material, they'll also sell it to somebody else who can master that technology. Wonderful. We need the markets to enable, bring the technologies in, but we also need to be able to have those markets value what we're making fairly so that it's rewarded in the marketplace. We get the return on that investment. So it's a yes and, right? Every solution, I think, is yes and. Tax policy, yes, and technology and coalitions. It's going to take a lot to get there.
Oh, wonderful. Thank you so much, Andrew. You're an alum of McKinsey, and one of the things I always remember in my early years with one of your managing directors was the fact that this word strategy is a fancy word for deciding what to do, what not to do. And I think you really go with yourself and Aaron in regards to investments and deciding what to do, focus of time, the education really draws out. Michael, you touched on that too. The education around where the products come from is an opportunity to allow for the playing field. And to your point, Aaron, and I think for all of us, I think it's a critical piece. I know with our healthcare system where we're manufacturing, they invested financially, they invested in time to match it. I know for Biomat, we put in roughly 2 million. Biomat put the other 14. So this concept of co-investing and not just sitting and waiting for the state, but all of us to look at opportunities to invest in some of these projects is minimal. Time, equipment, expertise, knowledge. Those are all critical investments that can be made. Well, I want to thank the panel for tremendous insights in regards to both the model that API Innovation Center is testing as an experiment. You've given us a lot of good insights that we could bring back to that model to enhance it as we think through it. And I appreciate you participating and providing those for us. So now we're going to be taking a break now, going into a break, and then we'll come back. And one of those panels is technology, as well as our final one on regulation, some of the other aspects you brought up. So thank you. And we'll be on break now.
All right, let's go ahead and get restarted. So I'm going to introduce panel 2. My name's Brian Doty. I'm the VP of R&D and Programs at API Innovation Center. And panel 2 is going to address some of the technical aspects that Kevin and Tony alluded to earlier, and specifically around application of advanced manufacturing technology in the pharmaceutical industry. Tammy Fraley is going to talk to us about a survey that was performed by PharmaAce back in early part of June timeframe, which we presented at our technical conference in August timeframe. She's going to be providing a brief update on that, and that's going to be basically the subject for panel 2 to dissect the survey results as well as be able to provide their opinion from professional standards. We have a good panel set up. It's going to be moderated by Jason Rodriguez from FDA. We also have Jeremy West from Corning here, Bayan Katazawa from Continuous, as well as Omar Reyna from Millipore Sigma. So we have a great group here. Let's just start off with a presentation and let the panel come up a little bit later. Thanks.
Okay. Can you all hear me okay? Great. As Brian mentioned, my name is Tammy Fraley. I work for PharmaAce. They're a consulting firm, global, and we do a lot of market research, and we do forecasting and data analytics. So that's kind of where I came in. I hear everyone talking about Mallinckrodt. I worked there for 14 years before I came over to consulting. So this is kind of a really great segue. Okay. Let me give you guys a little bit of background for anybody who wasn't at the other when I presented in August about what we did. And basically what happened was when Brian came to us, I knew this was going to be a challenge only because this is not the typical audience that I am targeting. I'm usually working with healthcare professionals. So we went to a special recruiter, and what they did was they actually called into companies and found people who are experts in this so that we could, get their opinions. And we wanted to make sure we had the right respondents here. You can see some of the target audiences here: staff scientists, principals, managers, R&D. I apologize. My allergies have been acting up. Okay. Let me give you a little. We had about 68% versus 33% men versus women. We had a lot of people who have been in the industry for a long time, 16 plus years of experience for almost 40%. And then we looked at their job titles and gathered all that information from them. And you can see geographically, we have a broad scope across the whole United States. So we have people from the East Coast, West Coast, and Central. Okay. And we asked them about the size of their organization. And just to let you know, we didn't specify what small, medium, and large was. So this was their own assessment of the size of their organization. And then we also asked them about how many manufacturing sites they had. So the majority of the people who participated had less than 5, but we did have about, almost a third of them that had more than 5 manufacturing sites. I'm going to give you a little bit of summary of what we found. So most of the people are very familiar with these advanced manufacturing techniques. And we specifically were looking at continuous flow. And as a result of that, every single person said they were familiar with it. And 95% also brought up advanced analytics and big data use in manufacturing. 78% of them said they have the same technology that they're using across all their manufacturing sites, where there was about a fifth of them that said they weren't using the same techniques at every site. And one thing that is a finding, I think they're going to talk about this when they have the panel, is that 53% of them were using both batch processing and continuous flow manufacturing. 30% only batch process, and 18% were the ones who said they were only using continuous flow. And we asked about what their pain points were with the existing technologies, so that they could get more production efficiencies. And the main pain points that people said overall, not specific to whatever type of manufacturing they're using, was inefficiencies. 90% of respondents said that. API and raw material shortages was another thing. And then how cost effective their techniques were. Most of them, if they were doing batch process only, which was only 12 people out of the survey, they cited inefficiencies, outdated technology, and cost effectiveness as their top 3 barriers and pain points. And if you had continuous flow, it's interesting that you see inefficiency still comes up here, and then the API or raw material shortages. But again, it's only 7 people in the survey. So hopefully, if we repeat this, we can get more data and continue to build on it. All right. And I think they alluded to this earlier, that people are willing to adopt these new technologies, right? So, and it looks like most of them would be adopting it in the next 1 to 3 years. But you can see 88% rated 4 or 5 on their willingness to adopt. And 53% said their facilities would likely be ready within the next year to adopt new technology. And then about a third of them said they would probably wait 2 to 3 years to adopt it. Like I said, the efficiency piece is the most important driver for people of thinking about adopting continuous flow. But cost was the biggest deterrent. They're worried about the investment. So, on the benefit side of continuous flow, they think it would decrease their production time, that it would be more cost effective in the long run, and that they could get increased efficiency over time. And if you look at the disadvantages that they cited, was that high initial investment, the technology adoption, limited API production, undefined purities, and regulatory hurdles. That came up quite a bit with the FDA requirements and things like that, that they were concerned how long it would take. Okay. And this is just showing you, we looked at all respondents, they showed inefficiencies and high repair costs and API raw material shortages, outdated technology, et cetera. So you can see, if you look across these graphs, the batch process users look very similar to the all respondent side. And then people using both, like I said, we still saw that consistent theme of inefficiencies and concern about what that would do. And they were worried about frequent downtime of equipment. And like I said, the cost effectiveness piece. And anywhere you see the red boxes, that just means it's like a statistically significant key difference All right. And what are the perceived benefits? If we look at this, increased efficiency was your top one, right? Average rating out on a 1 to 5 scale is a 4. Ease of scale up, that was another one that rose to the top. Reducing costs, diversifying the supply chain, right? And this environmental impact. I know this has come up in several of the conversations earlier. And it also, also allows for increased US based manufacturing. And the other thing was this whole idea of enhancing the safety by minimizing people's exposure to hazardous chemicals. They all thought that advanced manufacturing technologies really could help with some of these issues. And then the perceived barriers, FDA requirements really at the top for people. And then the training required to implement new technology and how long it's going to take for them to actually implement this new process. And then the cost of the instruments and adoption and low profit margins came up, right? Where people were concerned about what their profit margins would look like. Their willingness to adopt. So are they willing to invest or not? Yes, they are. We had 23% said they were extremely willing, and then very willing was the next one. We didn't have anybody who said slightly willing or not at all. And the timeline for adoption, again, like I said, it has within the next 6 months is a small amount. Within the next 2 to 3 years is a little bit bigger. Within the next year is about half of people. And more than 3 years, that's okay. That's more than 3 years was like the smallest group. So most everyone will adopt it earlier versus later. Okay, the initial perceptions of continuous flow. So what we did was we had a concept that we put in front of the people who were in the survey, and we had them read through that and kind of think about it. And then we asked them questions about, what did you think about this concept? So they did say the advantages from their perspective were that they could decrease production time, that it would be more cost effective, and increased efficiency and reducing the environmental impact. Those were your top 4. If we asked them also what were the disadvantages, they were still, the same theme is coming up, right? High initial investment, technology adoption and implementation, the API issue, and, regulatory hurdles come up in there too. Oh, okay. All right. We do have a QR code here. We're going to poll the audience here. If you guys could scan it in, it's only got 8 questions. So you have plenty of time to answer the survey while they get the panelists up here, unless you guys have any other questions for me. And this was, by the way, this was not the whole presentation. It really was just a subset of slides that we felt might be interesting for people to see.
Thank you, Tammy.
Thank you.
Okay, I'll give folks just a few minutes. Shouldn't take more than 5 to 10 to go through that, but if they get it loaded, we'll leave this up there for a while. So opportunity to take it. We will be taking lunch break after this, so opportunity there as well to be able to finish. We appreciate everybody's free solicitation and information that they're providing to us. It's actually going to enhance what Tammy's group has done with this, and they've done a wonderful job really dissecting down to some of the critical aspects that are important to us, things that we can actually take action around and be able to make a difference. So that survey is something we're going to publish on a little bit later, full survey, but it'll have full analysis associated with it as well. So keep that in mind and be looking for that in the future. So let me introduce panel 2, who will use information that we've just seen as a basis for their discussion. Moderating today is Jason Rodriguez from FDA. We also have Jeremy West from Corning. I don't know if, is Bay on? Anyway, he just stepped out. So I had one member just escape. So anyway, Omar Rain is here as well from Millipore Sigma, and Bayan Takayaza from continuous. So we'll let them start the process.
Okay, it looks like most of us are about completed with the survey. I'd like to thank you again for attending our panel. I'm here with three other great panelists, and I hope that for the next hour or so, you'll be able to hear a lot about what our organizations do to address some of the feedback as well that we got from that survey that Tammy just presented. My name is Jason Rodriguez. I'm a lab director here at our St. Louis lab. So we are part of a laboratory office, the Office of Pharmaceutical Quality Research and the Office of Pharmaceutical Quality. So we're a Cedar lab. I was just telling some earlier at our table, we actually have a 50-year history of being here in the St. Louis region. We moved to the Cortex location in 2013, and we have about 70 lab scientists, 2 divisions, one of which I lead here, maybe 4 or 5 miles away. One of the things in talking with, Omar and others as well, sometimes we hire each other's chemists, so they move around in the region. So the overlap of people that we know is quite a large amount of people, and great scientists. They do great work, wherever they go. In my career, I've been with the agency for 15 years. I started as a postdoctoral fellow, actually, from the University of Illinois. So Midwest, yes, I see some acknowledgement there. So stayed here in St. Louis area, but really what I started doing when I moved here to the FDA lab was using process analytical technologies, so PAT tools, ROM and NIR, to do a lot of the raw material, incoming raw material, spectral ID testing. And so in doing that, that's one of the critical elements too. We don't hear a lot about it. A lot of technologies have moved on over the last few years with the vendors changing, some big manufacturers coming and buying some smaller, the portable companies. But that's what I did a lot of the early work on. Now what I do is we lead a lab, and actually the lab is a very important thing to acknowledge in talking about modernization and advanced analytics, which is part of advanced manufacturing technologies as well. Is we have a lab that goes beyond the traditional dissolution chromatography testing. We have advanced characterization. We use microscopic techniques. We use high resolution mass spec, and all those things help us to really look at a lot of the public health issues. So over the last 5-6 years, nitrosamine testing, nitrosamine research, nitrosamine mitigation, a lot of that has been done in the Office of Pharmaceutical Quality Research Lab. So I'm glad here to present as the moderator, but also invite my other panelists to introduce themselves. Omar?
Sure, thank you. My name is Omar Rana. I'm an associate director at our process and analytical development team at Millipore Sigma here in St. Louis. One of my teams is responsible for development of small molecule discovery to commercial for our CDMO team. Prior to that, I spent about 14 years of my life in the small molecule GMP synthesis arena. So very near and dear to my heart. Also had the pleasure of leading our biological buffers team here in St. Louis, and in the spirit of U.S. manufacturing. Millipore Sigma is very proud to say that we are the leading manufacturer of biological buffers globally between our St. Louis and Cleveland sites. So it's a great cause, and I'm proud to be here.
My name is Bayan Takizawa, and I'm the Chief Business Officer at Continuous Pharmaceuticals. So we're a spin out from the Novartis MIT Center for Continuous Manufacturing. Basically, this was a multi-party research endeavor where we developed a novel manufacturing platform for small molecule drugs called ICM, or Integrated Continuous Manufacturing. And with ICM, we were able to take a 200-day batch process, which is not unusual, and cut it down to just 2 days. We did that through eliminating a lot of the stops and starts that characterize batch processing, eliminating some steps, accelerating others. We employ new technologies as well as a novel control system that takes advantage of many of the new tools such as PATs that provide real-time feedback, a picture of your process material, as well as a control strategy. We've been we work with government multiple occasions, NSF, FDA. We also work with USP, DoD, HHS, in a lot of capacities, trying to look at how we can reshore manufacturing back to the U.S. We think that our platform is ideally suited for this. We've had some great successes. We had some challenges, and I suspect that I'll talk a lot about those in the next few, or in the next 30 minutes to an hour. It was very interesting in the previous panel. Tony had brought up, how to relate this back to the patient, and I'm always reminded of a study that I saw in the New England Journal. But this is a little bit dated, but I don't think that the statistics are that different. It was a survey of over 200 oncologists who regularly prescribed chemotherapy, and in the previous 6 months, 80% of them had noted that they had to change the way they prescribed chemotherapy because of a drug shortage. So, I mean, that kind of puts into perspective what our drug supply chain looks like for, some of the most critical drugs. So very happy to be here. I think what the API Innovation Center is doing here is critical. I'm just so glad that this entity exists, and, we're looking forward to helping in any way we can.
My name is Jeremy West. I'm the commercial director for advanced flow reactors and advanced flow pharmaceutical technologies under Corning umbrella. Probably will assume that will come surprise to most of you if I tell you we've been in that business for over 20 years of making these reactors. And so our struggle is clearly remains, you've seen it here, and we'll talk about it in the survey a little bit, in the seat that awareness is still an uphill battle. There's a tremendous amount of value that continuous processing and managing those processes with flow chemistry can provide, that the industries outside of pharmaceuticals as well just simply isn't privy to. And so we've made it kind of our mission, if you will, to continue to educate the masses, and if it brings any comfort, exactly what APIC is doing here today and what you guys are involved in, really focused. Tony spending so much time focused on engaging the government's initiatives to drive better reshoring of these materials here, key materials for this industry. They're doing the exact same thing on energetics. So everything I do here, we fight the same battles with sourcing products from China to support, our U.S. military. So I think the key takeaway for Corning and advanced manufacturing is simply that there's some joy in seeing our government take the initiative to get ourselves back assertive in some key materials, and chemical production has clearly been one of those things that we've been riding off over the past years. I've been in the chemical industry for over 25. Big players like Lonza Microbial and Arkema, and huge commodity chemicals that continue to get pushed offshore. So to see industries and applications like KSMs and APIs, and again, even energetics to support our military, is a true breath of fresh air. So looking forward to talking to you guys about that. Thank you, Brian, Tony, Kevin, Aaron, and team for having us. Nina, thank you so much for this. It's a great platform, and really looking forward to further engagement.
Thank you. So I think one of the first things I want to bring to the panel is, we just saw the slide deck that was presented. Is there anything that pops out to each of you? Omar, maybe you can start us off.
Sure thing. First and foremost, the infographic of the respondent over 40 years old, hunched over with a cane. Thank you for that. At least it's better than like a pickleball paddle or something like that, right? So yeah, what surprised me about it was that it indicated that over half the responders have already embraced flow. That seems like a high number to me. I'm assuming that Bayan feels the same way. The other portion of it was that, collectively 88% are willing to embrace flow. And that's a great number, but, answering a survey and implementing that in your industry or facility are two very different things, right? So those are two positive surprises for me.
Yeah, I think I'll echo that. I think the numbers were that how many, it was like 18% were doing flow, solely flow, then 53 a combination. To me, that number seemed a little bit high, but if those are the answers, then I would say I'm optimistic about the adoption from industry. So that's good news. I would also add that I guess depending on how you implement continuous flow, some of the challenges that were pointed out, the inefficiencies and the challenges with raw material. I think that the way we've done it at continuous manufacturing, we've been able to avoid some of those, but I'll talk a little bit more about that. So I think that we faced other challenges, mainly around cost. But
it's a great point. I'll echo a little bit. It's always great to see on one side of the graph, it's 88% willing to adopt, and then the very next negative graph is high cost to adopt. There's a reason why. And so clearly we need to improve our communication and awareness around, as Van stated, the implementation of these types of technologies are not as complex and cost driven as you may expect. And we find often that folks are very excited and willing to sit down and talk about implementation. And quite often they find out they're a little surprised on, hey, training is not that difficult. If I have an understanding of the basic parameters of flow chemistry, the implementation of technology that's advanced, core definition of advanced meaning has to be better, has to improve. There's not quite the amount of complexity that there has been in past decades to really work with continuous processing. And I think we've got to figure out a way to auto-correct that perception that the survey so blatantly points out.
And I think with that question too, one of the things that popped out to me from that survey was, first, concerns about FDA or regulatory implementation. That was something that it did, being from FDA. I will say though, since I'm from the lab, I'm not from the assessment, or some people call reviewer divisions. So what the lab's often asked to do is to consult on new technologies that come in as part of review packages. And so one of the things that I've seen in the agency as well is that oftentimes we are tasked to hire some of the, at the forefront horizon scanning of scientists, those data scientists, chemometricians, multivariate modelers. And those are kind of specialized techniques that are usually only learned by, on the job. There wasn't a lot of academic institutions where you can hire somebody like that from. It's something that is learned, but there's a lot of private companies that do training on that now. The other thing that really jumped out at me was the view that you can use some of these PAT tools, for example, to enhance the safety, so enhance the exposure, to do non-destructive, non-invasive screening, of APIs, raw materials. And I think that's something that's very important. And so if you look at it only from, this tool costs $150,000, $250,000, and it's miniature, and it might be in a Pelican case like those that we see back there behind the room. What is this really going to do for me? Because it really is a high barrier to purchase at the time, but it really, over the long term, the amount of testing or screening that you would be able to do with that is going to pay for itself more than anything else. But I will say, one of the things that I do want to share with this group is just the paradigm changing as well. I mean, I think maybe in 2010, 11, 12, when I was trying to sell internally these portable techniques, I went to India. Some of my colleagues went to the international offices that we had across the globe. And we would take our portable instruments and we would try to train the staff that was there. And, firsthand, I can tell you, I saw even from internally, the hesitance to adopt these technologies. Why? Because they look complicated. And once the data comes out, what am I going to do with it? So we try to do training. We try to make streamlined, job aids for that. And in the end, that technology only went so far because there was a lot of hesitance for seasoned consumer safety officers to perform those testings that is traditionally done in the lab. And then the other thing is, once you do get a fail, or you do get a counterfeit testing, or you get something that's substituted, what are you going to do with it? That's a very complicated landscape. But I will say, to the credit of some of the presentations we've seen over the last 5 years, there's been a renewed push to adopt these technologies from the agency's perspective. And so we have benefited from that as well, because we can justify, it's been a lean year this year, and you guys know that already, budget-wise. But in the last few years, we've been able to buy those instruments to stay at the forefront of what's coming down, so that if you have those instruments in your process, in your lab, we'll be able to better answer those questions for the reviewers. So I think that's something that is promising, and a gradual change over the last few years. So our next question, of the barriers that we saw that were most significant, what do you think would be the hardest to overcome? Bayan?
Yeah, I think I'll echo some of what was said in the previous challenges, that really that initial investment, because what you're doing when you implement advanced manufacturing, in our case, continuous manufacturing, is you have new equipment, right? So you have new equipment that not only costs money to implement, but also to develop, to bring it from an R&D phase to a commercial phase. So that costs money. In addition, the facilities themselves are going to be different, right? So the whole nature of continuous manufacturing, where you should have uninterrupted flow, that has implications for example, your utility hookups, how your cleaning cycles are, your transfer of process material from one unit to the next, your control systems. So all of these are related. And in our view, really, continuous manufacturing makes sense if you do it from end to end, so that you start at, let's just say, a chemical reaction, and you go all the way through, whether it's through API or a finished drug product, the way we do it. The way we've seen it done, and probably at the heart of maybe some of these inefficiencies that were reported in this survey, is that they'll use continuous technology maybe for one step of the way, but they'll do that for maybe 8 hours or 10 hours, whatever the shift is. And so that can create inefficiency for a continuous process, as opposed to a 24-hour basis for production, where you're just producing in one sweeping campaign. So there are the challenges with the facility, the challenges with the equipment, but there's also a lot of the new technologies, the PATs, the sensors that we'll utilize to give us that real-time feedback on quality. And those two, a lot of them have to be developed through to commercial phase to be able to be that robust. And you take all these additional costs and you compare that with your already depreciated existing facilities, and it becomes a challenge for any sort of ROI. Again, that was alluded to in the previous panel. Now, fortunately, continuous processes, because they operate continuously, your equipment should be much smaller than your large batch equipment. So retrofitting continuous equipment should be possible into the larger batch facilities, but that will take time, or excuse me, that will cost money in terms of the infrastructural changes that would be required. In addition, I alluded to the time component. Continuous manufacturing, there are some great examples of approvals for drugs that have significant continuous manufacturing components, but a lot of what we're doing is novel, so there is no blueprint. So that in addition will take time. And again, compare this with the already tried and tested and depreciated facilities that are already available in batch. So, with all these challenges, I don't want to paint too much of a challenging picture here. The question is it worth it? And I think to the points that you made, we think it is, because in the long run, these continuous processes are much more automated. So it's going to be much less labor dependent. So your cost of goods should go down. We think automation is the key. So it's a long-term vision. There's also the environmental aspect. Just as an example, if you have a continuous process, you can keep a reactor, for example, running at a certain temperature as opposed to heating and cooling it down for every batch, which requires energy. There's an environmental aspect. We actually are doing work with a large pharma, and they did an independent study which showed that the environmental impact of our process for their particular compound was 80% reduction in environmental footprint. And that was very compelling to them. There's the quality aspect, right? Being able to eliminate a lot of the human error associated with batch processes. Then there's having a more responsive supply chain or manufacturing system, being able to, instead of having a lead time of several months to maybe over a year to produce a product, to be able to turn something on and get your final product within days. And finally, I would say, from thinking about it from the U.S. perspective, there's a strategic imperative as well. Do we really want to continue to be dependent on these drugs and these APIs as we are now on foreign countries, some of which are adversarial to us? I thought some of the comments that Tony made at the beginning were pretty scary, and really, I would say, emphasizes the importance of what we're doing here. So,
Omar, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, absolutely. So, as far as hurdles, costs in terms of, monetary, and time as well, which is almost as important, probably maybe even more important sometimes. You think about a facility that has an API process that is already validated, already commercial, and you want to implement flow chemistry into the mix as opposed to batch. So you start with a considerable amount of process development time, to make sure that you've got a robust process. You could have raw material changes, which itself is going to bring in a different set of challenges as far as having to requalify raw materials, maybe doing use testing for those as well. We haven't even gotten started with the capital equipment yet, right? So you're going to purchase capital equipment. You're going to have to commission it. You'll have to set up preventive maintenance programs for it. Do qualification of the equipment as well. Downtime while you're installing that equipment in your existing facility. So you may not be able to make that API while you're installing this new equipment. And then on the other side of it, on the quality side, you're going to have to do, some engineering batches at scale. You're going to have to do performance qualification as well on the commercial scale. And that takes time. You're going to need to, most likely, the change is pretty significant process-wise. So you're going to need to amend your filing, right? A lot of companies don't like amending their filings, right? You touch the DMF and it's a substantial change. You're kind of inviting regulatory back into your house, and there's still a stigma involved with that as well. So, from start to finish, there's many reasons why a company would be hesitant to embrace flow in an already existing batch process.
So one of the follow-up questions, the challenges, like I mentioned earlier, we have a challenge really finding the data scientists, the data analytics staff. Is that something that's shared? Like if you're implementing these, finding the right people and the right scientists and engineers, is that challenging or is that pretty straightforward?
Yeah, so I'll do many shameless plugs for Millipore Sigma. So our innovation team is well equipped to work on, for example, process analytical technology. It's a big deal for us right now. And I'm extremely happy that we have a team that is able to dedicate themselves to it and work with our process development team as well. And then we can, we'll certainly talk about partnerships with vendors as well later. But right now, just by virtue of where I'm at, we have a very good platform for process analytical technology. And then for flow, at the tech conference we had a few months ago, our Milwaukee site is very heavy into flow chemistry right now, and we're doing whatever we can to implement flow when possible for small molecules.
Jeremy, Ben, anything on finding the right people to?
Yeah, I mean, I think you're a product of your geography for one. I mean, obviously here in the St. Louis area, you have education and academia to pull from. Corning, very similar with Cornell. We tend to focus on investing our energy into ensuring that folks come out equipped to kind of take a look at the things that we're working on that are important to us. But I, fully align and agree with, you have to expect some time to be able to educate the masses, to employ them and implement these new processes and systems correctly, accurately, and at speed. We need some folks with experience out there doing that.
Yeah, I would add that, and with our system, a lot of our technologies are very novel, and so I could say with 100% certainty we haven't hired anyone who had experience with our unit operations. So there was a learning curve, a ramp up, and that's something that we've talked in the past with various organizations about. Training programs that can reflect advanced manufacturing and how useful that will be. Yeah.
Ben, since you mentioned that too, and you started off with the challenges, what are the barriers or easiest to overcome for the adoption of these technologies?
Yeah, so we started this mission over a decade ago. And I think one of the biggest challenges at that point was really convincing industry about continuous manufacturing and advanced manufacturing. And I think that courtesy of a lot of what the FDA has done in terms of its publications and guidance to industry, and really, for example, I think recently there was a publication where you showed that companies using advanced manufacturing, their applications were much shorter than the typical queue for going through CEDAR. That is going through the emerging technologies team yielded a significant reduction in approval time. So with all of that, I think that we've been able to really move that industry inertia of batch to really be willing to adopt a new technology, as the survey indicated. But I think that the major challenges right now are the cost, the implementation. I think, and I also think that a lot of what we taught, what I mentioned, was regarding branded or innovator companies, and I think it's a whole separate equation when you think about generics and you think about the drug shortages and these medical countermeasures, because those drugs in general are very low value, and so adoption of or the investment in new technologies, I think, is significantly more challenging with them.
Yeah, and as far as easy barriers to overcome, or easier anyway, interestingly, I think that one of the biggest stigmas in the industry is one of the most easy to overcome, and that's the regulatory hurdle, right? So as Van mentioned, Center for Drug Evaluation and Research, CEDAR, they have put out guidance. It's a nice 48-page guidance document for companies that are trying to embrace flow, right? And it's a great message from the government saying, hey, we're here for you, and we're okay with this change, and we're going to help you get through the change as well. And then, so that's for flow. And then on top of that, PAT, FDA has been, endorsing PAT for quite a while too. I think there's documents from 20 years ago online, right? That provide good guidance for companies trying to invest in that. And it's about getting over ourselves and getting out of our own heads. So I grew up GMP, right? All my life has been GMP. And for those in the room that have done that, how many times have you heard, we can't do that, we're GMP, right? It's just, we will find 10 different ways to tell you why you shouldn't do something new, right? So it's time to get out of that headspace. And if regulatory is willing to help us embrace this new technology, there's really no excuse from a regulatory standpoint, taking the time cost out of the way, there's no reason why we shouldn't be looking at this from a quality QA regulatory perspective.
I think that's like you mentioned the PAT guidance being like 20 years old. That got me a job. Right? That brought me to FDA. But I'll also say, we did mention the ETT. I think that program just turned 10 years old recently, and many technologies have been graduated. But there's a lot going on in that space. The FRAME initiative. Does everybody know about the FRAME initiative with FDA? Probably.
What's ETT?
Emerging Technology Team. Okay, so that's an acronym. See, in government, we like acronyms. So FRAME, the FRAME is the Framework for Regulatory Advanced Manufacturing Evaluation. FRAME, Google it. But one of the big things that program has done, because I sit on some of the committees as a member, is put out white papers over the last few years. I know the agency also, in addition to that FRAME initiative, has partnered with PQRI to have a couple workshops, I think at least 2 in the last few years, where the chair and the co-chairs are from industry and FDA. So that's very important, because then you're not just getting an event that's FDA sponsored, you're getting co-sponsored. I know that also there was just, I think, Q13 ICH guidance that was finalized within the last year and a half or so. That's fresh in my mind. I just came back from an ICH conference last week. So I think that there's a lot of tools out there, and there's a lot of not only FDA participation, but global regulatory participation as well as industry representation that goes into a lot of these documents that are helping push this forward. So now, what do you think? Do you consider this AMTs to be a viable solution for industry as a whole, Jeremy? Or?
Yeah, so in terms of viability, Bayan and Omar spoke pretty candidly about some of the reasons to and reasons not to, but I'll try to add some color from the Corning perspective. Clearly there is a need to modernize, at minimum, to really understand that the way we traditionally did things drove us to offshore. Now we reshore. We need to reinvent the wheel a little bit, not completely, but a little bit, to bring capability back to the forefront of allowing U.S. geography to be a leader in some of these particular industries. One of the key initiatives for us when Corning looks at an opportunity to implement flow technology, our flow technology, is something that Aaron mentioned in his supply chain discussion. Is that, can I scale it? Is it scalable? We can spend a lot of time, effort, and energy, really wasted time, effort, and energy in the lab doing research for something that we'd have so many hurdles to overcome to get to the commercialization state, to make it viable for Tony, the end user, right, the patient, that it never gets off the ground. And so Corning's focus has been tremendously spent on the opportunity to know without doubt, based on a certain parameters, kinetics specific to our reactors, et cetera, a lot of groundwork there, that what you do in the lab and what you develop in the lab is going to be conducive throughout the step-ups that you take based on your production needs. And for those of you that aren't aware, for example, I'll give you a kind of a colorful one here too. So if you look at lab scale production, that's a very small grams per day, up to, for example, Corning's largest flow reactor, which is what we call a G5. We'll get into that. It's 10,000 metric tons per year with a bunch of steps along the way. So we can go from a couple of grams to 80 metric tons to 1,000 metric tons to 3,500 metric tons to 10,000 metric tons, just based on numbering up without change in chemical design or feasibility of your process. Once it's complete in the lab, we expect to be able to develop that all the way through the production scale-up process. And I think critically speaking, when we go and sit down with most of the folks that, not only in this industry, but in all industries, that are tremendously interested in implementing something advanced, okay, and we'll talk about why it's advanced. The first thing always comes up is, hey, if I put this on my technical team to develop, are my business guys going to buy in because it's applicable at each level of our demand? And that has been probably the tip of spear for most of our conversations, as I've said. There are inherently other values that flow chemistry and continuous processing reactors bring. Safety. We've talked about size reduction, speed of scale, speed of processing. Okay, we've removed some of the needs to put hands on as we do in batch. Corning is really focused on driving that to analytics. Okay, we've done some OPEX comparisons that hopefully become very public in the near future of comparing side by side, same product, same output, same footprint, same amount of people relative to, hey, we do it in batch, we do it in flow. Am I saving anything? At the end of the day, the economic driver has to be clear. It can't be a thought or an idea. It has to be something driven by data. No different than if I give you a process to develop a product in our reactor and I tell you it's acetaminophen and you go check it and it's ibuprofen, that's not going to work. You're not going to base your whole business off of what I tell you. You're going to want to see the product and its proof. That's where AFPT has come in to really drive viability of our technology for advanced manufacturing and why we think it's capable. At Corning, we don't expect you to just sign off and buy equipment and go start using it. I think Brian would definitely support that mentality in terms of how we expect to partner with you and develop your processes alongside you. We've also created a lab, Advanced Flow Pharmaceutical Technologies. Okay, we've said this 10 times, 50 times today that the economic struggles of adopting new technologies are real. And so if I have in a bucket some money, do I either spend it on the equipment or do I spend it on the know-how, right? Corning is willing to partner and take a step forward for you and do the work, give you output, give you product, give you analytics before we even consider thinking of, hey, you should really be looking at one of our pilot scale reactors. That's not really the process that we want to go down because we don't see that that's sustainable in the industry. We don't see that that provides promise for the industry. And we don't see that that's going to give any value to the industry. Okay. We want this to work. I think everybody on this panel and most people in this room want to be able to walk out of here convinced and confident that advanced manufacturing is a real viable thing in motion behind efforts of folks like APIC. Okay. The last thing that I'll share too is when you consider what true advanced manufacturing is, right? We get hung up on the word. I mentioned it earlier. In order to define advanced readily, it has to be better. It has to be an improvement, right? It has to do something that we didn't do before. No different than if you go buy a car now, you got to go sit in the parking lot and let the guy tell you how to use the thing so you can even drive it off the lot, right? Similarly, I think we really need to be focused, and we'll talk about this in a minute, on ensuring that our industry and our new and up-and-comers are educated and educated well in flow chemistry and continuous processing. It's a loose word that we've used along the way. But in order for us to do it well, we can't be the only ones that know it and understand it.
Let's see. Any other things about the viable solution or AMT's viable solutions? Omar, here.
Yeah, I mean, I would say absolutely AMTs are critical for the implementation of advanced manufacturing. You can't just simply use old batch technologies in that fashion. For one thing, and I speak in the context of manufacturing in the U.S., there has to be automation. That's the only way to get around the cost differential, for example, producing in some of the other geographies we mentioned. So there's the automation as well as the environmental impact of these facilities and lines. And the other thing I would say is that in general, we found that the continuous technologies actually scale much better than batch. So that's actually an advantage to implementing this type of technology. So yeah, absolutely. The AMTs are critical. The only thing I would add is that with continuous technologies, at least the way we envision it, where you have a process material flowing from one unit operation to the next without the traditional stops and starts. I think one challenge that I think could be easily overcome is that there has to be some common connectivity between these unit operations, right? In a batch system where you have these stops and starts, you don't worry too much. But with continuous manufacturing, you would want to make sure that there is connectivity, not only for the physical process itself, but also the control systems that overrule them. But yeah, and I think that maybe on a related point, what the FDA has been doing in terms of their some of the incentives that they provide in terms of the adoption of AMTs, I think is I think it's a great start. I think there could be more that's done as we move forward, but I think that their view is spot on.
I guess one of the questions that I'm thinking about too, hearing this, is if you adopt a technology like a continuous, technology in one site. I know sometimes there's multiple sites. How easy is it to transfer that technology to another site? Does the panel have experience doing that?
I mean, from our experience, I would add that it simplifies. Once you have one up and running, you increasingly get better and improve in your ability to transfer that knowledge, experience, and implementation capability to the next site. I mean, we've got multiple users who use site one as validation, and then are able to create redundancy across their geographies and the other sites, and it obviously becomes increasingly simplified. At least from our experience, the know-how build on the front end is so valuable as you continue to look at ways to improve your manufacturing.
So once you make that initial investment, the rest is a little bit easier to do.
Right. You'll have a guinea pig site, right? Yep. And then, so I mentioned Milwaukee. They're really at the forefront of Millipore Sigma's flow technology. But we also have sites in Burlington that also have work with flow. So yeah, once you get that primer there, it's off to the races. Mm-hmm.
So I think one of the questions that, because we've already covered, some of these other questions, of how to make implementation of AMTs more accessible. I know, Jeremy, you covered that a lot. What does each panelist see as kind of the next steps from here, going forward? We can start with Omar and go that way.
Yeah, absolutely. So in my mind, embracing advanced manufacturing technology as upstream as possible, right? We talked about all the downfalls of trying to, convert over from a batch process, but as we're getting in new inquiries from customers, our first question should be, how can we implement flow? How can we implement process analytical technology? And so one of the things we're doing in the development space is just that. As we're working with customers in their discovery molecules, we're saying, hey guys, we're really interested in PAT. We would love to implement PAT in the development phase of your product, and this is how we're going to do it. Tell us to stop, and we will, right? And when you come with a plan like that, it's kind of hard for a customer to just say, no, we're not interested in knowing what real-time analytics are really going on in our process, right? How could you say no to something like that, right? So, and then as far as zooming out, we need that investment from the government, right? And the government knows that. You look at the reason that India and China are so far ahead right now is because the governments know that AMT pays off in the long run, right? They've played the long game and they've won, right? So you look at, India's PLI program, production linked incentive. Not only is the government investing in private infrastructure space, they're also including kickbacks on sales. So, urging these private companies to make materials, they're saying, we're going to give you a percentage on top of your sales volume as a thank you for helping us secure our supply chain, right? And that happened, COVID really kickstarted that initiative in India. And I'm sure China's doing similar things as well. So, when you look at the Bold Goals paper, the White House paper from last year, they mentioned private-public partnerships, the PPP, and you'll see that a lot in that paper. So they know that we need some investment from the government in order to catch up.
I think I'll agree with both of your points. I think the first one was interesting, and I agree. The adoption of advanced manufacturing earlier on, so you don't have to redo your regulatory filings and maybe go continuous initially. I think that the FDA has done a lot to facilitate and encourage that. Going back in the context of reshoring manufacturing and addressing these critical shortages and our supply chain vulnerability for drugs, I agree. I think that this is one of those situations where there has to be government involvement. I hate to use a violent analogy here, but it's kind of like let's say there's a knife fight and you realize that someone's bringing a gun. You've got to bring a gun as well. So to the extent that maybe the U.S. government has to intervene in a way that it's not used to or not comfortable doing, I think that's something that should be really considered moving forward, because it's not going to get better, and it's going to be very hard to obtain funding from the private sector for especially these drugs that are very, very low value, but so critical in how we treat patients.
I mean, it simply for me is what we're doing here. I mean, next steps are continue these types of engagements with action behind them. I think Tony and Brian, when we first met, guys sat down and talked about have this great discussion, this great forum. Who's going to do something, physically, actually go out and do something about it? And I see, this organization doing something. Corning likes doers, and that's what we want to get behind. And so I think activity, the willingness to engage, and from the economic perspective as well, we spend a lot of time evaluating and thinking about business models in this regard. The one kick upfront dollar is not as important as the long term of providing, the opportunity for the U.S. to be at the tip of spear for API production here again. And so we really encourage our partners and even our customers and prospects to take a look at ways to manage the economics that maybe you can't do when you just got to go buy a tank and mix a bunch of stuff up in it. So very, very happy to be here today, and kudos to the team at APIC and everything they've done. But I think it's imperative that we continue to engage in this manner with specific actions to go accomplish.
Yeah, I think from an FDA perspective, I've already mentioned some of the. I don't want to delay lunch too much. I want to wrap up pretty soon, right? So I think that I've already mentioned some of the FRAME initiative. I've already mentioned some of our public workshops, but also one of the programs that we have been doing, and maybe we even partnered with some of your sites, is we had like the site visits, the FDA site visit program. I know that was something that internally we always had a lot of volunteers for, and we had to make sure that the right reviewer or assessors would go. But I also think some of these initiatives, FRAME initiatives, they're actually representative within the agency across just not only CEDAR, but CBER and CDRH as well. So if you deal with the biologics world or you deal with the device world too, you are also, getting a cross section of the different centers. So that's something that's very important perspective wise, because I know we have a lot of maybe products that your companies make that are drug device combinations or biologics. So that's something that's very important. But I think that you will see probably in the next few years a lot of topics about the FDA perspective at conferences like IFPAC or other continuous manufacturing PQRI conferences. We even partner with USP and others. I know we have some representatives from USP here too. So that's something that's going to be important. And just like we usually see, the FDA guidances that follow their usual life. There's always some in the works. So without that, I want to thank our panel once again.
My name is Katie Novak, and I'm the Vice President of Commercial Accounts for the API Innovation Center. So I interface with our healthcare and retail clients. The panel 3 this afternoon will dive into our public-private partnerships, and then panel 4 will take us into our regulatory and policy topics. We're looking forward to presentations by Betsy Bear and Josh Narrow and engaging conversations with our panelists who will be up here after those presentations. So I'm now happy to welcome Betsy to the stage from USP to present on the benefits of public-private partnerships in driving innovation, economic growth, and supply chain resilience. Thank you, Betsy.
Thank you. Okay, can you hear me? Great. Well, thank you so much for having me. Thank you to Tony, Kevin, Nina, everybody for having us here. And it's great to see all of our partners here. This particular session is on public-private partnerships in driving innovation, economic growth, supply chain resilience, and all the other things we talked about today, all the other drivers that are the benefits of supply chain resilience. So really happy to be here today. And so it's around public-private partnerships, but it's also around collaborations. And so really happy, as I said, to see a lot of the partners. API Innovation Center is a key partner, and all of you in the room. So I have a few slides I put together. By no means are they all inclusive. So I have some examples. I have some partners. So if you don't see your logo or your name on the slide, again, it's just examples, but, wanted to give some of the examples of the partnerships. So a little bit about USP. I've heard several people on the panels and in previous presentations speaking a bit about working with USP. So our mission is to improve global health and through public standards and related programs. So we have a lot of capabilities. I'll just touch on those for a moment to ensure quality, safety, and the benefit medicines, foods, dietary supplements. And Tony in his introduction really touched on a lot of it. I told him he could just give this because this is a great summary of all the things he talked about. How do you scale it as an example? How do you sustain it over time? And what are the benefits of collaboration and these public-private partnerships that we'll hear from our panelists afterwards. So we're an independent nonprofit. And so we have staff and we have volunteers. And I'm showing this slide because you can see, and this number it grows all the time. So it's probably not even 100% accurate. It's probably increased by now. But we're made up of expert committees, expert panels, our convention. So everything we do is collaborative. So everything we do is through a process of standard setting, ensuring quality, working with a number of partners that I'll show in a little bit. But I also want to put out an announcement to say that we go through 5-year cycles with our strategy and our goals, and we're at the beginning of our next 5-year period. So any of you who are interested in becoming an expert volunteer, please see me or my colleague Joe Hill or contact me afterwards because, that's something that... Sorry, our virtual attendees can't hear. Yeah, so some of you in the room already may be volunteers, but I'd encourage you, to look into this opportunity or colleagues. So one of the things is we have more than 9,000 USP standards that provide quality benchmarks. And one of the things I wanted to highlight is it's across the whole supply chain. So it's not just at the end product of, we're testing the product and it's high quality and it meets the specifications, and all of the requirements for a quality product. So we start all the way at the suppliers, the manufacturers, the distributors, all the way to the patients. So we have policy teams, advocacy teams across our organization. So the quality thread runs, and we've heard this term a lot today, is end to end, just from the upstream all the way down through getting it into the patient. But But I wanted to mention too some of the other things. When we go to meetings, people say, oh, USP, we know they make standards for generic medicines. And so we wanted to make sure to talk about some of our other capabilities. So upstream supply chain mapping to inform some of the risks and the vulnerabilities that we've talked about today that come from lack of geographic diversification, quality, a number of reasons, to be able to look at alternative routes of API and KSM synthesis. Also helping to ensure quality, as I mentioned, through the whole supply chain. Predictive analytics to be able to inform, what are these decisions and mitigation strategies that we need to take. So we have our medicine supply map that identifies both for APIs and finished dosage forms some of the risks and vulnerabilities to predict drug shortages. And then our advanced manufacturing technologies. It was a great panel beforehand, the last panel talking about the importance of efficiency, advanced manufacturing for the next generation of drugs and to make it more competitive to manufacture here in the U.S. So solutions through collaboration. Everything, as I said, that we do is through a collaboration with industry, and that includes the technology providers as well as the pharmaceutical manufacturers, stakeholders, expert volunteers. And then we work a lot with the government. So my role specifically is working with partners that are in this room, as well as the federal government, to come up with collaborations and ways to improve the supply chain and strengthen the supply chain. And then we work with strategic partners. So everyone in this room that we're working with. So the challenge and the opportunities, I think most of this has been discussed already today, but the challenges are in onshoring the pharmaceuticals to the U.S., that there are, and then the supply chain issues that we face in general. And a lot of them are interconnected around quality issues, economic issues, and then geopolitical concerns for, national security, as well as complexity of manufacturing. That's another risk factor that we consider that can lead to drug shortages. And then predictive analytics is sort of that next step to identify what are those risks, what are those vulnerabilities, what are the priorities that we need to set. We talked a lot today about the lists. Kevin gave an overview of the multitude of lists that are out there. So there's the essential medicines, critical medicines, life-saving medicines. So being able to have predictive analytics around prioritizing how to address these drug shortages and, which ones to prioritize in manufacturing and onshoring. And then the science and innovation. So we talked about advanced manufacturing. We'll talk in a little bit about biomanufacturing. That's been a big theme of this past administration. The Biden's bold goals and the National Biotechnology Biomanufacturing Initiative around bio-derived starting materials. So all of these advanced technologies in practice, and then how do you facilitate adoption, whether it's workforce, the investment that we talked about. So those are just really important considerations, but I think everyone agrees that from an economic standpoint, we need these advanced technologies in order to be able to effectively onshore these APIs and drugs in the U.S. And then the collaborative partnerships and investments, as well as policy and advocacy. So, that's why we're all here today. This meeting is a great meeting to bring together thought leaders and solutions. And I'm sure, Kevin, next year we'll have another scorecard around what's accomplished based on some of the recommendations that come out of this meeting. And this we've talked about today, and public-private partnerships, collaborations, they've been around forever. So it's nothing new, but I will say from a federal government investment and the state investments as well, and industry investment, I think since COVID, we've seen a new level of collaboration and cooperation. So COVID just brought that urgency that wasn't there before, besides the drug shortages that exist, and Tony and others mentioned this morning, that they're at an all-time high on the drug shortage list, but also pandemics preparedness bring a new level of cooperation and collaboration. So some of the advantages and the power of these partnerships that are so important are enhancing resources and investments. And investment, we heard in every session today, investments are going to be so important, whether they come from industry, cost sharing, federal government, particularly state governments, and really leveraging the collective expertise among organizations and aligning those funding priorities. And then improving efficiency. So with collaborations, you're leveraging that complementary expertise. You're kind of putting those pieces to the puzzle to say, we can't do it all. And there's no organization, in order to solve the supply chain issues and the drug shortages, no organization is going to be able to do it all. So leveraging those complementary capabilities and also accelerating the response. So I think the collaborations help to accelerate those solutions and give it purpose. And as we talked about today, being a doer and bringing action to some of these. And then innovation and collaboration, that's key. So if we're going to bring back the onshoring, we're not going to be able to use the same models that are out there today. So developing new processes, new technologies by the use of biomanufacturing, advanced manufacturing, and then information sharing. That's something we'll talk about in our panel in this collaboration. The information sharing, across regions, across different organizations is very important to become efficient. So we're not duplicating efforts in different regions, but we're really collaborating toward a single goal. And then, some of the other advantages would be being able to share and mitigate the risk among different organizations, and then fostering the problem solving. And then the last one is a big one. So we talked about that. We talked about it in some of the other panels. Both of them we'll talk about it in ours is, how do you build it? How do you scale it? How do you sustain it over time? That's really important. So you can get federal funding to build something, to build the infrastructure. But once that funding runs out, what's the plan? How are you going to sustain it? And how is it going to become self-sustaining in order to become, a model that works long term? So these are just a few examples. And the interesting thing is, we work closely with federal government. We work with state governments. We had a great session, today hearing about Missouri and all of the investments here and hearing from Aaron, all of the work that he's done. But these are fairly recent consortia and federal funding and partnering opportunities that have come about, just most of them within the last 3 years. So I'm just highlighting a few of those. So we have Josh to represent ATI in the Biomap Consortium. Been around just about a year, just over a year. It supports BARDA and, they've had industry days, networking days, and really it's about pulling organizations and individuals and researchers together to bolster the supply chain, and especially around medical countermeasures and preparedness. So that's one organization that, we'll hear a little bit about today. And then ARPA-H. So ARPA-H has been around, I think about 2.5 years, very well funded, came off the DARPA model for high risk, high reward projects. And so they have a few different offices, their resilience office, scalable solutions. And then they have their ARPANET-H, part of the PATIO office, to really help to bring together collaborators. So they have a hub and spoke model, and ATI, Josh's organization, works with ARPANET-H as well. And so, that's another great organization, funding, high levels of funding, and also networking and teaming opportunities through them. And then there are the regional hubs that have come about over the last few years. And NSF has really changed. Everything was basic research. It was at the academic level. For years, everything that they funded was within universities and academia. And then they came out with their TIP program, which was a technology innovation partnerships program a few years ago, to really say, okay, we're going to get more into translational research. We're going to start funding projects that are actually applied and will solve real world problems. So they started this regional innovation engines to really try to invigorate regions, to build economic growth, to build capacity in the regions, and to build innovation and global competitiveness. So just recently, this is their second round of these engines. 71 teams advanced, and API Innovation Center is one of them. Congratulations. Virginia Commonwealth is another one that is, focused on onshoring API innovation, bringing drug manufacturing back to the U.S. So these are funded at $160 million over 10 years. Very competitive. They pick 5 to 10. But it's an investment of the government. And again, this is where they're looking for how will it be sustained over time. An Economic Development Administration has their Tech Hubs program, similar to NSF, but really focused on economic growth, workforce development, and global competitiveness. So that's another large funding opportunity where they have designated tech hubs, and then they fund them for several years. And again, the plan is over time that these will become self-sustained and self-funded. And then the last two government initiatives I'll just mention will be the executive order from last year. And this is the NBBI. And again, that's been a big part of Biden's administration, is really focusing on biotechnology, biomanufacturing, using bio-derived starting materials in order to manufacture. And you'll hear from Christy about some of the work that Anthea is doing today. And then most recently, just in this year, the White House started this supply chain council. I think Kevin, Tony talked about that a little bit through the Department of Commerce. And they had their inaugural meeting about 2 months ago. And this is cross-functional as far as application, not tied to pharmaceutical, but they're tasked with advancing resiliency of critical supply chains and really coming up with tools and mitigation efforts. A few other organizations that we work closely with that aren't on the manufacturing side, but are really focusing on supply chain and addressing the shortages would be the Ending Drug Shortages Alliance, Duke Margolis Revamp Consortium, Angels for Change. You heard from ASHP today. So many organizations that we work really closely with that are really focused on solving these issues around drug shortages and building the capacity in the U.S. And I won't go through all of this, but these are the goals. And this is what we're going to focus on in the panel discussion. So, for these public-private partnerships and these collaborations, they enable investment, economic growth, technological innovation, preparedness. National security is so important, especially with the lack of geographic diversity and some of the statistics we heard this morning around where KSMs are coming from, where APIs are coming from, to maintain global competitiveness, building workforce development. You'll hear from Vadim about the importance of that, in academia and other places around a skilled workforce, increasing supply chain resiliency. And in the end, it's promoting collaboration toward global health and global health security. So I did read them all, even though I said I wasn't going to. And with that, we're going to go into the panel. So I'm really happy to have Christy Hawkins, Josh Marion, and Vadim Gurvich to come up and talk a little bit about their experiences. Thank you. Well, thank you all. We're really excited. So we have a great cross-functional panel from biomanufacturing toward managing the biomap consortium as well as others, and then Vadim, who represents NIPT. So I'd ask you all to introduce yourselves and your organizations, and then share a little bit about the value and the benefits of partnering and collaborating in the context of your specific role.
So I'm Christy Hawkins. I'm one of the co-founders and chief scientific officer at Anthea, and we're a synthetic biology startup. And we really specialize in developing biomanufacturing processes for KSMs and APIs. And specifically, we are developing a yeast fermentation process for plant natural products that can't be synthesized chemically. And so for a lot of these essential medicines, those supply chains still rely on farming. And our technology is really the only way to have a fully US-based supply chain for a lot of these drugs. So fortunately, we've gotten some recent support from Biomap. The company has been around for about 10 years. The technology was initially developed in Christina Smolke's lab at Caltech and Stanford. So I worked on that in grad school, took a break, got some experience in the industry at Amyris and Lygos, continuing working on yeast metabolic engineering. And around 2015, the company had reached the point where we had demonstrated proof of concept. And so some of the early publications that came out in the space were demonstrating the complete biosynthesis of hydrocodone all the way from sugar in a single yeast strain. And so that was really the technology that launched the company. And we've had a lot of government partnerships along the way. So early on, we were funded by angel investors, of course, but also small business innovation or research grants, or SBIRs, which typically will give you, a few $100,000 up to $1 million if you get phase 2 awards. And that was great during the early stages of the company. As we continue to develop, of course, we've relied largely on venture capital funding because the R&D is just incredibly expensive. You have to build out benchtop fermentation capacity, downstream processing, analytical chemistry, in addition to all the molecular biology. And so over the course of that work, we've gotten to the point where we've been doing a lot of piloting, getting ready for manufacturing and scale up. And there we've worked with the Advanced Biofuels and Bioprocess Development Unit, or ABPDU, which is part of Lawrence Berkeley National Labs. And they've been a great partner to really help our team be very hands-on and on site and manage the cost of doing piloting runs and getting ready to go to manufacturing and scale up. And then most recently, last summer, we've announced the first Biomap Award. We've received that award along with API Innovation Center and companies like Amyris to commercialize 3 new drug substances using our biomanufacturing technology in the next couple of years, which is a daunting task, but we really couldn't do it without that support.
Great. Thankful. We're excited to hear more and future plans. Vadim?
Well, hi, I'm Vadim Gurovich. I'm Executive Director of the National Institute for Pharmaceutical Technology and Education. And I'm also a research faculty member at the University of Minnesota, Department of Medicinal Chemistry and College of Pharmacy. So our organization, National Institute for Pharmaceutical Technology and Education, NIPT, can you hear me? Because I'm not sure if this thing works. Was created. It's a non-profit organization that was created in 2005 as a consortium, initially of 11 universities. We grew up to 19 universities. We're a little bit down to 17 right now. And the creation of NIPT was inspired, if you can say so, by 2 things. So one thing was that at that time, offshoring was very much, in process, and the federal funding for pharmaceutical science in academia was going down tremendously, and because basically it was sort of like valley of death. Even though I hate that term, but I guess it was very popular at that time because NIH doesn't fund it. It's not biologic enough. It's not clinical enough. NSF doesn't fund it. It's not engineering enough. So the only funding that was available at that time came from industry with all the strings attached, but also the demand for workforce in pharmaceutical science was diminishing because of the offshoring and because of basically outsourcing all the manufacturing to Asia. It's kind of very interesting to see that we made this full circle now, because now we're talking about, how we can reshore and onshore again. So the second point of inspiration was that FDA at that time came up with a critical path initiative. And that was March 2004, when CPI was initially announced. And that was the first, I think, kind of public-private partnership announcement by the Food and Drug Administration related to pharmaceutical technology or pharmaceutical manufacturing. And it included 6 areas. I think they had 76 goals. It was a pretty convoluted thing. We were basically created our organization just on time. So we forged very close relationships with the Food and Drug Administration, and we became, I guess, scientific arm of initial Office of Pharmaceutical Science and then Office of Pharmaceutical Quality. And in the process of this, we conducted dozens of projects, both technical projects, but also training projects. So we created several training programs for FDA over the past 50 or almost 20 years, including in continuous manufacturing. So our training program, most recent training program in continuous manufacturing, was completed just last August at Purdue University. So we've been also working with industry on industrial training programs. I mean, we'll talk about it later. So we, I guess, couldn't reverse the trend of lack of funds for academia, but I think we can credit ourselves that that trend was kind of I guess diminished. All right, now I have two microphones. I feel important. Yeah, with this one, I feel like Larry King. But we were able to slow it down, and basically our I guess the FDA really funded us very well. I mean, we got funding also from the NIH and NSF and other agencies. So I think we've been very successful in doing a lot of things. Just to conclude this, I mean, I see a lot of synergy, and I mean, it was really fascinating discussion this morning, and I see a lot of synergy, a lot of I say alignment of goals. I mean, we're looking at it from different perspectives, but the goals are the same. And I'm really looking forward to working with this organization and with all of us together. I guess, Josh, you have your own. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, don't be so sure about that.
So I'm Josh Marion. I'm a program manager at Advanced Technology International. I am the program manager for the Biopharmaceutical Manufacturing Preparedness Consortium. So ATI has an agreement with BARDA to execute consortium activities, solicitations, and projects, which is the consortium is one of three legs of the BARDA Biopharmaceutical Manufacturing Preparedness Program. Like Betsy had said earlier, we're in our 14th month of execution. So it's a fairly new program, already getting awards under our belt and projects and execution through the government funding that we received. One of the interesting things that the way the Biomap Consortium is set up is we can receive funding sponsors from anywhere within the United States government. So it's not restricted to just BARDA funding. Matter of fact, all the awards that we've done so far they're still within ASPR, but they're not BARDA funded at this point. So we're already exercising the ability to go outside of our parent program office, I'll say, in order to engage with industry and provide funding into the private sector. I sit in a bit of a unique position because we serve as the conduit between industry and the government. We're not conducting research. We don't make product. We're also not creating policy or determining where funding goes. But we're the middleman in helping develop the relationships between industry partners so that there's organic growth commercially, but also helping to create a dialogue from industry to the government so that the government has a more well-rounded view of capability gaps and where their investment opportunities may lie.
That's great. And it'd be great to hear from you, Josh, and then, from Vadim and Christy as well, on experiences for how one can effectively find partners. So you join the Biomap, what's in, yeah. And so, when you look at, some of today's pressing needs around drug shortages, preparedness, resilient supply chain and new manufacturing platforms, what advice can you give for manufacturers, for organizations who are looking to partner with other organizations that have complementary expertise?
Yeah, I mean, no joke, join Biomap. I mean, that's, Biomap was established through the recognition that we needed something to pull industry together and allow them to interact with the government so that we could strengthen the industrial base. It's intended to be more than just an acquisition vehicle. A lot of the other programs that ATI manages, there are various levels of support that are provided based on the way those agreements are set up. But this one specifically is very much so intended to be a partnership and a collaboration more than just the acquisition. If we only focusing on the acquisition piece, then you're not really getting the full effect, because we need to strengthen the industrial base as a whole, not select select companies who are receiving the funding. Part of our role in that is to, outside of the soliciting and the funding opportunities, is to create that environment to allow the dialogue to happen both ways, up and down, and provide industry a resource to be able to find those opportunities. We do that through various means, events, certain platforms that we have through membership that are available. And I'll say too, the government's pretty serious about this. One of the things that the program was set up to do was to not have many barriers to entry. So there's no cost of membership at all. So all of consortium activities, solicitations, and everything that are provided, that's fully government funded. So there's not really I'll say there's not really a risk to joining. It's only upside, and you can get as much out of it as you put into it.
Yeah, you've done a great job of allowing the new members to interface with and interact with other members through some of the meetings and the membership presentations and networking. So that's great to know. And then Christy, can you share an example? I know you mentioned Lawrence Berkeley, of other partnerships and collaborations that you've been involved with and how those came about.
Yeah, so we work with ABPDU mostly out of convenience. They're located close by across the bay from us. So it's been a great pilot facility. We're also a member of BioMade, which has an initiative to build more pilot facilities across the country, looking at 15 new sites. And so that'll be something that we'll definitely look to tap into in the future. We're a little bit past that stage where we're going to commercialization. So Biomap has been really critical for that. And we're always looking to collaborate. And I think we made some great connections, API Innovation Center, Flow, other companies. And I just want to say that I think for reshoring a lot of these supply chains for essential medicines, it's not going to be any one technology. And so for us, we want to stay really focused on the fermentation processes and doing what we can, with that technology. But in some cases, we still need some chemistry. And that can be flow chemistry, it can be batch chemistry, or other advanced manufacturing technologies. So in a lot of cases, we can make the KSM or a unique scaffold. And the best way to do that is with fermentation. But then we still need to do some of the modifications with chemistry. And those are great opportunities to partner, to bring new molecules to market and have a purely domestic supply chain. I'd also make a pitch for, as we build these manufacturing facilities and the infrastructure, having both capacities co-located on a single site, I think is going to be really important, because some of the issues that we're running into now, the CMOs that will do the fermentation, they can't do all the purification, and they certainly couldn't do some of the additional chemistry, so that you can do everything on a single site. And so really we just want to find the best full manufacturing process. We're kind of indifferent to the technology, but it could be a combination of things. And going forward, we really want to get into the antibody drug conjugate space, where we can focus on the payload, but then would be looking to partner to do the antibody linker chemistry and things like that. So I think there's a lot of opportunities for collaboration, and you need to use the right technology for, the part of the molecule or the drug that you're trying to develop.
That's great. That's great. Meetings like this, or the consortium, and other opportunities to find those partners, hear other presentations, and look for those complementary expertise areas are so important to innovation. Nadeem, anything that you want to share about any of your partnerships or how they came about?
I can give several examples. So NIPT itself, of course, it's a collaboration. I mean, it's a very large collaboration. We have over 100 faculty members in over almost 24 universities. And those of you who are familiar with the academic world could appreciate how much effort it takes to bring that number of academics together and actually do something collaborative. The critical path initiative, I mentioned it before, as the first public-private partnership or set of public-private partnerships that was created by the FDA. I guess we participated in it a lot. And in 2017, Kimberly Maxfield of the FDA, she published a paper that summarized I guess how that partnership actually worked. And she identified that about 30, I think there was 30 public-private partnerships participated in that initiative, including NIPT. Some of them were created before the initiative, like PQRI, for example, that had been around for a while. Others were inspired by this, like NIPT. And the overall impact was that this initiative basically impacted over a dozen guidances, ICH guidances, and FDA guidances. The experience that we had, or at least my impression of this, was that it was a very big effort, but it was not coordinated effort because all those public-private partnerships, they worked separately in silos. They were directed by the FDA in kind of different ways, so there was no really synergy. I mean, there was not a big partnership in which everybody participated. It was more like a set of partnerships, and I think that was a very big deficiency of it. Even though the impact of CPI was quite significant. So I also would like to mention several other partnerships that were created, by NIPT schools, and so one of them was created. That was another partnership created by the FDA, which is a Center for Research in Generics, which is run by the University of Maryland and University of Michigan. So that center has been around for several years now, and it's a partnership between FDA, academia, and generic companies. NSF, of course, the graduates from ERC, Engineering Research Center program, the Rutgers University CSOP ERC, that was one of the basically probably largest efforts, at least in the US academia, to advance continuous manufacturing. And I mean, the MIT also, did that. But CSOP was run by Rutgers. It included, I think, about 60 companies at the peak of it, and attracted $130 million in general, and that it still exists. IUCRC program, also NSF produced, at least two centers in our, I guess, domain. So one is Center for Pharmaceutical Processing Research, or CPPR, which is the oldest center. It's a public-private partnership, includes 4 NIPT universities, and I think also about 50-60 companies. Which graduated from IUCRC like 25 years ago. It's still alive and well, and actually right now as we speak, they have their semi-annual meeting at Purdue. I guess those examples are kind of most close to me. Yeah. I can go on and on, but that's probably good enough.
Yeah, a bunch of topics. I'm going to skip over a couple questions because I want to get to some of the areas of preparedness, of scaling and scalability. So on the area of preparedness, we talk about the drug shortages driving a lot of collaboration such as this, a lot of cooperation and urgency, and the same like with the COVID pandemic. So I'd ask you all, what changes and trends have you seen during the past few years based on the drug shortages, based on pandemic as an example, that have created these opportunities for partnering? And then I'd ask also, how do we create these collaborations and this urgency ahead of a crisis, right? So a lot of this is in reaction to the drug shortages, being able to onshore, and the pandemic preparedness. So what are the keys to being prepared and taking these measures and collaborating ahead of a crisis?
I would say right now we need to be investing in the infrastructure to have the capacity to use these advanced manufacturing technologies to onshore these critical supply chains for essential medicines. So if we don't have that, there's no way to get it up and running in time. Although you can't predict exactly what kinds of drugs you'll need. I mean, we saw a big shift, people moving to vaccine manufacturing during COVID. But I will say, a lot of the fermentation capacity is very flexible. And so you can use that same infrastructure to make a variety of different drugs just by swapping out the strain. Where we kind of run into a lot of issues is with the downstream processing and purification. So making those unit operations standardized and flexible and things that can be applied to a lot of different chemistries and different types of processes be useful to have that infrastructure so you don't have to continue to make investments as you switch between different products. Also say biomanufacturing has a huge advantage, again, comparing to agricultural-based supply chains, where there you'd have to go back and plant your crops and wait 2 to 3 years, whereas we can, brew medicines on demand in 1 or 2 weeks. So I think we have a lot of things going for us. And I think over the last couple of years, it's been great because this is something we were already working on. And now we see this renewed interest and support, and having that government support and recognition to be able to point to potential investors, customers, and even working with regulatory bodies just so they're familiar with the technology and supportive of it, and knowing that we can point to that has really helped us to commercialize and just gain support for our technology.
The infrastructure is so important to be able to onshore. So any thoughts about building that infrastructure for long-term, like where that funding should come from? Is it government? Is it venture capital? Is it that shared model? Because that's an important part of it, is building that infrastructure and where that investment's going to come from.
Yeah, so we're in the valley of death for synthetic biology, where we're trying to translate the technology from bench scale, which still costs tens of millions of dollars to develop, to commercial manufacturing. And you're in this area where we need to invest in CMOs. So, it's not time for us to build a dedicated manufacturing site. You need to ramp up your technology, build volume, build your customer base. So initially the smart way to start is with CMOs, but we actually did not have any CMOs in the US that were willing to work with us because all the capacity was taken. We also have additional issues where it needs to be GMP, and also working with controlled substances. So we got a lot of resistance to that in the US. So that's why we're initially manufacturing in Europe, in Italy and Germany. And so we've launched there, but now we need to bring that capacity back to the United States. And although the biomat funding helps a lot, we're still raising our Series C and need to figure out how to fund that. And we're at a position where we can't really afford to make all the CapEx investments required to commercialize all of our products that we have in the pipeline. So we're going to have to be very strategic about that. But you need to make those investments to be able to hit gross margins and generate revenue and profit to continue to fund the R&D. And so we're just in this place where it's really difficult to raise the amount of money that you need to fully commercialize before you have the revenue coming in. So, now that we're in this position, I see why so many synthetic biology companies have failed. And at least we're in a space where we're going after really high value products. So, not things that are a couple dollars a kilo, but a few $100s of a kilo. And it's still very difficult to get the costs down because we just don't have the capacity and infrastructure in the US.
I mean, it's such a great point because you can innovate, but then scaling it and bringing it to commercial scale, population scale is a whole different.
Yeah, there's a huge gap there. And so Biomap is great, but other sources of even venture debt or other loan programs. In the first Trump administration, we were looking at a potential DFC DPA loan to build a U.S. manufacturing site. And ultimately, the administration changed. None of that money was given out, which was probably good for us because it was really too early. But, in the next couple of years, we would love to have opportunities like that to have government loan programs to help support the infrastructure.
Great. And then Josh, any thoughts about that within Biomap and your partners and all the organizations about, creating these partnerships and preparedness and building the industrial base and being ready ahead of a crisis?
There's been a lot of talk around, lessons learned from COVID, which there certainly are. And it's not to diminish any of the lessons learned and things that we can take forward. But I think that stepping a bit outside of the COVID bubble and really looking at it from a strengthening and resiliency standpoint is key. Something Christy kind of hit on that rung true, I think, is, platform technologies and the ability to be agile and switch between different product lines, I think is something that's going to be key.
Vadim, any?
During COVID and after COVID, actually, it was in 2020. I mean, we got together and we were trying to kind of figure out, how we as a consortium of academic institutions can actually help to reshore manufacturing. And we eventually wrote a white paper that at the time we called Make America Drug Manufacturer Again, which we didn't publish it under that name. Now I regret that. But we basically identified 4 areas where academia can help. And one area first would be advanced technologies that can be developed in academia, and then of course they have to be translated into industry, which is not a small task, and we had a lot of discussions today about it. So second would be pharmaceutical education and workforce training, which is in really, really bad shape. And we as academic institutions, of course, would need to take the lead in creating training programs and basically recreating some of the training programs in physical pharmacy. But we need to take it all on the next level because we cannot compete with India and China on cost or labor cost. But we can compete on technologies, and we need to prepare the next generation of drug manufacturers, so to speak, which will be much, much higher, level. That level maybe doesn't even exist. So the third was pharmaceutical quality. We've been working on the quality scorecards with the FDA at that time, so that was very important, subject for us. And fourth, what we called at the time new prior knowledge, and the new prior knowledge concept, which was actually developed by some of our scientists in NIPT, it's envisioned how we can take the knowledge, the prior knowledge that was created by brand companies, but not necessarily it's never really available to generics. And if we can take that knowledge, put it in the public-private partnership as we proposed at that time, and using modern analytical technology methods and controls, redesign this, create this new public knowledge, and put it in the public domain so generics can actually, use this. And that would reduce the entry barrier for new generics. So that was actually very important for us, and a lot of discussions with and USP, because you need to have regulatory barriers. So the knowledge management also, I also would like to mention that we also had kind of another partnership that we created a couple of years ago with the FDA and USP on creating the continuous manufacturing database. Betsy was very much involved, and other people at the USP. So it was a partnership between the three of us, and that platform is now up and running, So USP took over, and it's now available to everybody.
Well, we'll send you the link to the website for the Knowledge Center, for the Continuous Manufacturing Knowledge Center. So that's great. And we'll get to even more on workforce development, because for these advanced manufacturing technologies, having that skilled workforce is so important. And we hear too about, being able to hire and having those skills available. So I guess one question too, we talked about scaling, and some of the challenges about scaling with these local consortia. Some of them I mentioned earlier. There's National Science Foundation, there's the EDA Tech Hubs, ARPA as well. And then the FDA proposed centers of excellence, if those ever get funded for advanced manufacturing. It was written into the omnibus, and I know waiting to get funded to have these academic centers of excellence. So what are your thoughts and experiences with these programs about how they can be effectively scaled and sustained over time for having the greater, the most impact? Because they're regional programs, but their goal is to become national programs to promote economic security, national security, global competitiveness. But right now, a lot of them are established. So what are your thoughts about how they can be, number one, scaled nationally? And then, your thoughts, and especially for you, Josh, about how they can be sustained over time. So you get this initial funding to set it up, which is great, but then it has to be able to be sustainable over time.
Me first. So I haven't worked with them specifically, but I think when I think about that, there's synergies amongst all the programs, regional, state, federal levels. There's synergies amongst them all, and I think that's a real opportunity that currently isn't being taken advantage of, to really pull everything together and try and pull the threads on where you can take advantage and leverage the synergistic properties of each one, and almost have a state, regional, and federal collaboration, instead of just BioMap being federal and the regional ones just being regional.
Right.
I think there's a way to tie them into each other, I think, that could really provide some value. In terms of sustainability, one of the things that we're looking at in almost all of our solicitations that we're seeing come down, and in the projects that we're executing, is we hit on it this morning, but making sure that there's a commercialization plan, right? Like, the government can, we can do the investment on the front end and, get the technology to a certain point, but having a commercialization plan in place, having retailers on board with what the final product is going to be coming out, having CMO and CDMO partners on the back end of the API, right? Like all that, having all that mapped out and synchronized, I think is key to the sustainability portion, because it's more than just how do we create this API. It's more than just how do we fill finish this. It's literally the whole chain.
Right.
So the commercialization plan, I think, is key in the very early stages, so that there's a vision and an end goal.
Right. And having that end-to-end commercialization plan, and then all of the partners lined up, as well as the buyers lined up as well.
I think a key is getting diverse participation from industry and bringing new technologies together. That's a great opportunity. I mean, I mentioned that to do these end-to-end solutions, you may need a variety of different technologies coming together, and doing that in kind of a research hub is a great way to foster that collaboration. And then ultimately that'll translate to, your commercialization plan and your end product. But just having that opportunity to bring the companies together. And I would say to keep the consortiums going, you need that continued industry investment as well as participation. So sometimes if funding opportunities dry up, then industry participants will kind of walk away. So you have to keep them engaged and make sure that there's a follow-up and an actual path to commercialization and long-term profitability.
And you had mentioned, I know at one point, understanding the supply and demand dynamics as well.
Yeah. So for us, initially we're going after generics. So these are, established, well understood markets, but we still need to understand how that demand is going to change. And especially for new drugs, if we get into the area of drug innovation, that's much harder to predict.
Right. Vadim, any thoughts? I know you had talked about, some of the new technologies, and then, the FDA is here as well, but, an important part of this is, enabling the regulatory pathways for these new manufacturing capabilities.
I think the governmental support or incentives is really very important, and it could come in various ways. Not necessarily subsidizing industry like some other countries do, as was part of the discussion, but creating incentives that could come from a variety of different sources, but also regulatory. That's definitely because the regulatory component is extremely important, and the FDA should definitely actually be on board with this, and it needs to be part of this partnerships. And same goes for USP. So both those organizations could be on board, and they can actually make the difference, for industry, because the industry is afraid of FDA. I mean, everybody knows that. So in that kind of level of being afraid, I mean, should be diminished as much as possible. Otherwise, it will not be successful.
Great. Thanks. And then we talked about these regional hubs versus national as far as like collaboration. And then are there any models you can recommend? Like right now, there's a lot of competition. So as I mentioned, there are 71 NSF, regional engines that were advanced to the next phase. Maybe they'll choose 5 to 10. Any thoughts? And it's been a great discussion with some of those that are here today about that, around the collaboration versus competition. And is there a model or is there a mechanism? And Josh, you touched on this, to kind of bring together some of these similar hubs and engines where they have similar goals, but they're located in separate places.
Me?
That's so much, sure.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of a model, I'm not really sure. I think that it's important to identify where collaboration can happen and where competition should remain. I don't have a very good answer for where that line is, but I think that line, there is a line, and finding that line to fully take advantage of the collaborative opportunities with academia and industry and the government, even at the government research labs, right? Like where is the collaboration the most important and the most beneficial, but then where should competition take over? I think defining that is key.
Yeah, we talked about data sharing and some of the IP concerns as well. So any thoughts on that collaborative versus, competitive landscape?
Well, just thinking about, a lot of the technology is developed in an academic setting. So that's where our technology originally came from. And a lot of times the university will want to own the IP. And so just making it easier for companies to license that, reducing upfront payments, just making that easier, because the university itself is not going to translate that technology to commercial scale. So just making it easier for partners to come in and do that on favorable terms, I think would be beneficial.
Great.
I guess IP is always been a very touchy subject for academia, and not in a good way, or not necessarily in a good way. And the analogy that can be made, the Bayh-Dole Act came about in 1980 out of the understanding that the federal government cannot commercialize anything. And so 40 years later, I think everybody understands that universities have very limited capabilities of commercializing their inventions also. And but there is an understanding in academia. I think academia is changing. I mean, I can see as an example of my own University of Minnesota, where the IP landscape and the kind of level of protection changed tremendously in the past 15 years, from being overly protective to becoming much more collaborative and with industry, and willing to basically create master agreements in which IP will be shared. I mean, there is a program called Minnesota Innovative Partnerships, which acronym is MNIP, and that creates a range of kind of opportunities for industry, how they can participate in creating new IP and license this new IP, or different type of options. So I think that translation is very, very important, and more universities are actually recognizing it. There is also I guess some initiatives on the side of some university presidents also to to create some incentive for academics to secure their IP, because normally it's not a part of a general promotion and tenure process, but they want to create that or add that so that faculty can report, how many patents they had or IP disclosures, because that will create additional incentive for them to protect their IP. And then once it's protected, it can be given, I guess, to Christy, and then Christy can do the real implementation of it in the real world.
We currently have a solicitation that we're working through evaluations on now with the government for the scale up and process development for a monoclonal antibody cocktail that was developed at Emory University. So I think, in agreement with him, I think there's a transition that's starting to happen. We're starting to see it, but IP is always a concern.
Yeah, it is.
And actually speaking of Emory, Emory is one of the universities that has a very significant drug discovery and effort, and they and just like University of Minnesota, Northwestern University, Emory is in the same kind of league, that they had a lot of a big windfall of money from commercializing the invention. In our case, Zygen, which is part of the anti-HIV cocktail, which was developed by my colleague in my department, brought $800 million to the university. So the university, that's another incentive for academia to start thinking about, that commercialization is actually could be pretty good for them.
We talked a little bit about workforce development, and that's really important with these advanced manufacturing and new technologies. So they're going to be key to lowering costs, adding efficiency for onshoring of the KSMs, the APIs, and the drugs. So what are some of the keys, Christy, I'll start with you, to facilitating broader adoption? Like, cost and investment is important. The workforce is important. So some of the keys to facilitating broader adoption and then creating that workforce to keep up with all of these new technology innovations.
Yeah, so we're located in the Bay Area, California. And so I work with the master's program at Berkeley doing bioprocess development, which is great for hands-on training of real-world problems to teach the students how to run a fermentation and all these advanced manufacturing technologies. And I know there's a similar program at UC Davis that Genentech sponsors so that they can train their local workforce there. I think any manufacturing is going to be done in the Midwest. For us, we need to be close to the sugar supply. So looking at sites, in Iowa, Illinois, Indiana. And so having a trained workforce is going to be, important for recruiting in that area and the creation of jobs. So I think, working with the universities to create those programs is a great way to do that. And I think, public-private partnerships would be a great opportunity there.
Great. So Dave, you touched on this. Anything to add? I know you've talked about too the role of academia as well as some of the manufacturing USA institutes, Nimble, BioMade as examples for creating that workforce.
Well, the workforce development is I guess a big part of what Manufacturing USA are doing. There's only one institute right now, which is Nimble, which is related to pharmaceutical, technology and manufacturing. It has a very good, very developed workforce training program in which a lot of some of our faculty are participating. So on the NIPT side, we just announced our intent to create a public-private partnership, which is called NIPT Industrial Workforce Development Consortium, which the inspiration for this idea actually came from the FDA several years ago from Cook Uhl, who was director of Office of Generic Drugs. And she came to us and she said, look, you guys NIPT, you're training us, you're training industry. Why don't you create a set of training programs that would train industrial people and FDA in the same way, so we can all speak the same language, and that would obviously reduce, the backlog of ANDA submissions, which was at the time still a big deal at the FDA. So what we propose, we have a very large number of different training programs that were developed for industry, for FDA, for our students, and it's a very large number that can be basically delivered through this consortium. So we invite the industry to participate in this consortium because it also, one of the goals of this consortium would be to develop, the future training program. So we can assess, because we're academics. I mean, you guys are in the real world. I mean, those who are in industry. So you know exactly what you need, but we know how to deliver. And we need your input. And the idea is to create this partnership, which will not only deliver the existing training programs, but also will develop new training programs, and that will be able to train, the future manufacturing force. And that will also will also help convince universities that pharmaceutical science still needs to be preserved in academia, because this is not the case right now, because of the funding situation that I mentioned. So those of you who are in industry, I mean, if you're interested in joining this consortium, I mean, please talk to me or go to our website, nipti.org, and we will be happy to talk.
Great. I think we have like 3 minutes left, or maybe 5 minutes. So had a lot more questions around funding, but one final question for all of you is, we're talking about onshoring. We're talking about having more drugs made, APIs, KSMs, vulnerable drugs manufactured here in the U.S. So what are some of your top recommendations? We need data to inform which ones to prioritize. We need infrastructure, advanced manufacturing technologies, funding, workforce development, a lot of things. And that's why we're all here. And we talk about the importance of collaboration and partnerships. But in your mind, what are some of the top priorities that have to happen for that onshoring to actually become a reality?
Yeah, I think continued investment in infrastructure. And yeah, I mean, I think it's been a big push, and I think Anthea just happened to be around at the right time. Christina, our CEO, was always lobbying and, looking for government input and investment. Unfortunately, she had that connection being a professor at Stanford, so was able to meet with a lot of representatives. We also had the opportunity to host Secretary of State Antony Blinken at our site. So I think all these initiatives have really helped to generate support and recognition that this is a priority for the government. And so helping to support companies to commercialize. And I totally agree, it has to be a sustainable business, but there is this part that's really difficult to navigate without additional sources of funding, especially with the current VC markets.
Agreed. Vadim?
Well, I think on the academic side, investment in funding. I mean, that's the most important part. I mean, if there is investment in funding, I mean, the academic can do a lot of things. But if it doesn't exist, I mean, so then it's almost impossible to do anything.
And then, Josh, what has happened? And then any lessons learned? You've been around for just over a year now. So it'd be great as far as, talked about lessons learned in the path forward and your recommendations.
I think it comes down to communication and involvement. We've got to have buy-in from all three parties. It's got to be academia, it's got to be industry, and it's got to be the government. Having that open dialogue is really what's going to drive having investments in the appropriate place, so that as a team, as a collective body, the development is happening, the commercialization is also happening. We're getting things from the early stages up to full scale production. You can't get there without open dialogue. I think that's something that probably has been missing a little bit in the past, and that's what we're trying to bring to the table. I think we had some really good conversation at our event that we had 2 weeks ago, and lessons learned coming out of that, and things to continue to push for the next engagements that we're planning. But for me, it comes down to communication.
No, that's great. And I think what's come out of this panel, as well as discussions today, last year, in the prior panels, is around having the dialogue and the collaborations, prioritizing,
so
right?
Actionable
and
communication.
Yep.
Right.
That was my third one. Yeah. So having the dialogue and then prioritizing and then taking action. We talked about being doers, and I think we can talk about it a lot. And then it's just, being able to take actions. Hopefully, Kevin's list next week will have all green dots around it and extra action. So I want to thank Josh, Vadim, Christy, great insights. And it's great to have this mix of, academia, the consortium, as well as biomanufacturing, to hear some of the challenges and opportunities. So thank you all so much.
All right, so good afternoon, everyone. My name is Garen McCam with the API Innovation Center, serve as the Director for Government and External Affairs. And I'm here to introduce our final discussion, which is going to be on regulatory affairs and policy in terms of current administration, current state, but also looking forward through the rest of this year, going into next year. But before we transition to our panel, I have the pleasure to introduce Josh Nero, who will provide context to our conversation, including analysis of last week's elections and what it means for the supply chain policy. Josh is the director of the Conifay Group, supporting policy, coalition development, and funding initiatives. He manages 4 coalitions and collaborations with federal lobbying team with congressional engagement and policy analysis. He previously served as Senator Bob Casey's health staff and as a communications strategist at a DC-based firm. And so with that, we'd like to welcome up Josh Nero.
Thank you so much, Garen. Can everyone hear me okay? Wonderful. And thank you to Kevin and Tony and the whole API Innovation Center for having me today. As Garen mentioned, Josh Nero from the Conifay Group. We're a DC-based government relations firm focused specifically on biotech and the life sciences. So we do the very traditional government affairs advocacy in Congress, on Capitol Hill, and in the administration. But the two really unique sides of our business that give us a pretty unique perspective into the supply chain in particular is our coalition practice. We manage 4 healthcare-based coalitions, really niche categories focused on the supply chain, on antimicrobial development, on live biotherapeutic products on the biological side, and on a number of other categories for therapeutics and diagnostics. And then, of course, our non-dilutive funding practice, where we work with former agency staff to help companies with proposal development and massaging those proposals and really putting them in the best shape to get in front of federal funders. So for today, I think I'd like to go through a little bit of election politics, what happened last week, and keep it at a top line objective level, and then head into 2024, what we can expect in the lame duck session, the session of Congress that's meeting now until the end of the year, and then looking ahead to really the first 100 days of President-elect Trump's 2025 agenda, and then even further out. So I think everyone kind of knows the election results by now. President-elect Trump will be the 47th president of the United States. And the GOP is officially, as of this afternoon, retaking the Senate, and then also the House of Representatives, as of this afternoon, was officially called for the Republicans. So the GOP now has a trifecta. And I put up some demographic trends, not because I like talking about numbers all day long and looking at election results, but because I think it really does speak to the messaging, right? And a lot of the conversations we have with stakeholders on the Hill and with policy advocates and with others, there's this continuing question of how do we message what we are trying to market to stakeholders, to patients? And that's really the center of this at the end of the day. This is the effect that a domestic and resilient supply chain will have on patient communities within their districts. And it's something that we're always trying to keep top of mind. So when we kind of look at the trends, looking towards social media and the influence that it had in the election, and certainly the overarching conversation about national security, de-risking from China, we could expect some of these themes that kind of percolated during the election to now permeate into the congressional calendar and show in a variety of policy arenas. So I just want to point out, there's a couple new representatives that are coming into Congress that I think are going to be some potentially powerful allies. Traditionally, there's been a group of stakeholders known as the Doctors Caucus, and these are comprised of practicing physicians, pharmacists, and others in the healthcare space that have been really well educated and have some really unique institutional knowledge. They understand the challenges from being practicing physicians and dispensing medicines and being in the hospital settings. So I'm actually particularly encouraged by 5 new healthcare practitioners who are going to be coming into Congress. And I think, it's the job of everyone in this room and certainly the stakeholders in DC to start educating these new congressmen and women on what the fragility of the supply chain looks like and exactly what solutions we are trying to propose. But I'll also note that comes at a cost. There have been some institutional upsets. And for those who have worked in DC for a while, recognize the losses of some folks who are on some pretty influential committees. I'll note, too, Juan Siscomani actually won his race now. That was also announced this afternoon to give you an idea of how quickly the landscape is changing. But you look at a race like Matt Cartwright from Pennsylvania's 8th Congressional District, cardinal on appropriations, meaning that he oversaw the budget for commerce, justice, and science. These are agencies like the NSF, like NIST, like DEA, all of these that have roles in investments and looking at the supply chain. So there's a loss of institutional knowledge there. And then you see some pretty senior members on key committees of jurisdiction, the House Energy and Commerce Committee, and folks might be familiar with Representative Anna Eshoo, who has been really aware of some of these challenges, particularly in the pediatric oncology space, as well as a number of other senators. So that loss of institutional knowledge is going to have to be balanced out by new representatives, new voices, and of course, as existing members of Congress kind of ascend into higher committee roles, keeping this on top of their minds as a priority agenda. And I think the question that everybody has kind of asked within the last week or so is, what is HHS going to potentially look like? I'll note that I was checking X right before this, and there have been no picks to any HHS senior advisor roles or cabinet positions. But I think it's important to call out because, it's something that we look at very seriously in this idea of make America healthy again. I'm thinking about it in terms of, can we make our supply chain healthy? In the sense that we de-risk from foreign adversaries and we continue to look at this idea of redundancy and resiliency. And I think, we're smiling right now, but if we look at, who potential senior advisors may be, and there's a number of folks here who I have listed from both the first Trump administration as well as folks who are being considered now. This is another place for education, for stakeholder advocacy, for reaching out to non-traditional groups to kind of show them, again, what does the fragility look like? What are the core economic problems that are driving supply chain fragility? And how can we address those problems across HHS, within FDA, and across other agencies? So we've kind of talked about it, but how do we think about the supply chain? How do we think about the incentives that are in place, as well as the incentives that need to be in place to make this happen? I tend to bucket it into kind of 4 buckets of policy. And the first is very traditional trade and tax policy. And if you talk to folks who aren't really in depth in this space, I think this is kind of what comes up the most when you start talking to folks on Capitol Hill. The tariff proposal that was talked about by President-elect Trump in the campaign is certainly something that's going to come up again within the context of de-risking from China. And we have to weigh the pros and cons of that, right? Looking at I was talking with Marta right before this and thinking about, the idea of tariffs is to incentivize a domestic base. But if there isn't a domestic base in place, what are we incentivizing? So I think all these measures have to be weighed kind of properly. The second category, and I think one that deservedly gets the most attention, is direct federal investment. And I'll talk a little bit about some of the trends that we're seeing in funding, many of which were talked about in previous panels today. But ongoing conversations about investing in manufacturers, CDMOs, contract manufacturers, to make sure that we have the domestic industrial base that's needed to manufacture medicines. The third is another long-term measure, reimbursement reform. And when we talk about that, we're talking about things like formulary placement and other measures, both within, of course, among private payers, but within Medicare Part A, Part B, and in the retail setting under Part D as well, talking about reforms there. And the last is procurement and acquisition policy. And I'll talk about this within 2 different settings, both in the public health setting and in the military setting. But I think we're starting to observe some trends there that could possibly be a signal for what we could expect in another Trump administration. So I have this chart up here because I think it's really important to kind of think about the current agencies and how they typically fund things. And it's a little bit different when you think about the investments that agencies are making within the supply chain space. So if you go from your basic research stage, academic investigators, and academic investigator-initiated research, these are agencies like NIH. They're your R01, your R21 grants. You start to move further along the pipeline, and you do see investments from groups like the DHA, from the DoD, and kind of all the way up to that early, translational research, phase 1, phase 2, and then, of course, a lot of the alphabet soup that we're all familiar with, the ASPRs, the BARDAs of the world, investing in, late-stage research and development, and then particularly within this space, scale-up manufacturing and commercialization. And this is really the trend that we're headed towards as well. So I think it's interesting because in talking with stakeholders on the Hill, they have a notion of what agencies typically fund. But as we see more and more agencies getting involved in the supply chain space, we have to think about that critically, right? And really understand the solicitations that are being released and what those requirements are. So I think we've talked a lot about today about the Biomap Consortium, and I think it represents a really positive trend, which is this move towards other transactional authorities to kind of allow federal agencies to move quickly and nimbly outside of federal acquisition regulations, the FAR-based processes. And we're seeing these not just within BARDA, but in other consortia, both based within HHS and in the DoD. Just last week, the Medical Technology Enterprise Consortium, which is an OTA that was set up by DoD, released a solicitation for blood bags. And within that solicitation, there was actually a requirement that asked for a preference for domestically manufactured blood bags. So that's another positive development. Another consortium, and Vic and I talked about this at length earlier in the year, is this Defense Industrial Base Consortium, the DIBC, which isn't directly investing in biopharmaceuticals at this moment, but does have an area of interest open for biologic chemicals. So all of these different consortium models serve as a way for teaming arrangements like the last panel talked about for different nimble, agile partnerships. And it's really a nice funding trend that we're seeing. I think a second thing that we need to look at, and we'll talk about it at length as the panel, is looking at resilience metrics beyond cost. I think folks like APIC and other stakeholders who have been on the Hill have done heroes work in really distinguishing the economic problems of small generic pharmaceutical medicines from larger pharmaceutical organizations. And this was some tension that we saw within the prior administration. And it goes back to messaging to the public too. When you talk to your average consumer, there isn't that knowledge there to distinguish between a branded pharmaceutical and all of the messaging that we saw around the Inflation Reduction Act, the IRA, all of those kind of drug pricing measures, and the very distinct set of problems that exist within the generic space. So that education needs to continue, and something that we're going to need to educate new members about. And a part of that is looking at those metrics beyond cost, like quality, like advanced manufacturing technology, to really help distinguish those and how we can stop that race to the bottom. And then last, something that I think has come up extensively, at least within the past year, is this national security angle and de-risking from China. And this has gotten the attention not just of the traditional public health folks and the committees that have jurisdiction over those agencies, but from the Department of Defense. And I'll talk a little bit about some legislation that we're seeing there. So I think really the year-end question for 2024 is, will the Biosecure Act pass? And as folks know, this has been a piece of legislation that has gotten a lot of attention. It's something that Speaker Johnson has committed to passing before the end of the year. The House passed a version of it shortly before the September election recess, but there's still some differences that need to be reconciled between the House versions and the Senate versions. These ideas like the safe harbor clause for existing contractors, this 8-year grandfather window for existing contractors, and then some definitional requirements like what defines a FAR contract. But I think if we are to see some movement on the Biosecure Act, it's likely to take place in the lame duck this year, along with passage of the National Defense Authorization Act, the NDAA, which is the major authorization bill for most programs within the Department of Defense. And another thing we'll talk at length about is we've seen a number of proposals go out this year. Early on in Biden's administration, there was a bold goals executive order that talked about a 100-day supply chain review. And from that, we saw a number of other documents emerge. There's key differences between what the administration has proposed in their white paper that was released earlier in April, that kind of has a carrot stick approach towards mitigating some of these shortage issues. And then also a separate proposal by the Senate Finance Committee that ultimately materialized in the form of draft legislation that I don't think we're going to see near-term action on, at least within the lame duck session. And then, as I mentioned earlier, tariff proposals are something that is weighing heavily on stakeholders in DC. How will these materialize? How will it affect, stakeholders who are on the ground? And again, the one thing I'd mention is as you put in some of these punitive measures, right, or measures that are designed to kind of incentivize things through the stick approach, what I keep saying is we need to have the carrot in place as well. Make sure that we have the domestic infrastructure, the investments that are in place, and the resilience that's in place in order to allow some of these longer term measures to be put into place. Another thing I'll mention, and this kind of goes back to the differences between the public health side and the DoD side of the equation. There was a hearing in April within the Senate Armed Services Committee that Vic actually testified at that really looked at drug shortages within the warfighter setting and making sure there's the availability of high quality generics for U.S. service men and women. And what we actually saw emerge from that was a new piece of language that is in the Senate NDA as we speak that requires two things for all drugs procured within the DoD supply chain. And that is that the finished drug product is manufactured in the United States and that the API for that product is manufactured either within the U.S. or in a country that meets Trade Agreement Act requirements, TAA requirements. And that's a provision that is currently in the Senate NDAA. I think it's still TBD whether that makes it into the final package that passes along for the end of this year. But if that's any indication as to where things stand, I think that stakeholders can look to the House and Senate Armed Services Committee as an issue that they will be taking up again potentially in 2025. This particular amendment was led by Senator Rick Scott's office from Florida, who was in the running for majority leader earlier today. He has lost that election for majority leader. It's actually going to be Senator John Thune from South Dakota. But still, Senator Scott has made his voice known. This is a priority for him. So I think it's something that we have to consider as well. And then when we kind of look to the very broad legislative landscape, what are different groups in DC pushing for? And I think I'd preface that by saying that, there has been a flurry of activity over the last 2 years from groups in DC that have really, again, done the hero's work in educating stakeholders about the supply chain and working on finding solutions. But as Andrew Gauntz mentioned earlier today, there really is no silver bullet. There is no one piece of legislation that is going to solve all of the problems within the U.S. supply chain. So it requires both a piecemeal approach and a holistic approach. And what I mean by that is there a way for stakeholders to come together to put together, at least for the near and middle terms, a comprehensive strategy? And what I've heard some stakeholders talk about is a chip-style bill for the supply chain that consists of both direct investments. We talk about funding biomap. Most of the biomap funding so far has come from previous appropriations bills. It's contingent on stakeholders to make sure that there's dedicated funding in future appropriations for these consortia and for groups at ASPR like the Industrial Base Management and Supply Chain Office, IBMSC. When we talk about reimbursement reform, looking at some of these additional proposals, there's been a couple of standalone bills that have been released that have put forth things like pilot programs at CMS and other types of measures to incentivize a made in the U.S. formulary. These are some things to look at as well. I will say within the first 100 days, the GOP trifecta has committed to putting a tax package on the floor. This is the reauthorization of President-elect Trump's 2017 Tax Cut and Jobs Act. So I think we'll be looking to that package to see, will there be any provisions in there that are specifically geared as tax incentives towards U.S. biopharmaceutical companies. And then lastly, some of these lingering questions that I think are more longer term, quality metrics, the FDA's QMM program, and talking about that, revisions to the ACETRIS decision and actually codifying something into statute, and then source of origin requirements for API. All of these things have kind of come up within the last year. And I think it's very likely that some type of action is going to be taken between the beginning of 2025 and the end of the 119th Congress. So a lot to monitor, a lot to look at. I think the main takeaway for folks to think about is what are some really near-term tangible actions that folks can take that are going to have a direct effect. And then on that point, how do we message that to say, we can do an action today, but is it going to solve the entire problem? No. But here's a near-term step that we can take that will have some action and that could lead to future legislative initiatives. So looking forward to what our other panelists have to say. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Josh. So coming to the stage, we have U.S. Army retired Colonel Vic Suarez, Dr. Marta Bosinska, Joe Hill, and Josh Nero on our panel. And so I'm going to have you each kind of give yourselves a brief bio, but also we'll just kick things off with a 30,000-foot view question. I want you to take what Josh just presented to us and just kind of say your insight into what is the current environment of the pharmaceutical supply chain in terms of what policies have been implemented, been talked about, just at a high level. So Vic, we'll start with you.
Okay. Yeah, it's great to be here. Thank you for the invitation from the API Innovation Center. I have about a 27-year background in the U.S. Army as an advanced developer, mostly of biologics, biodefense vaccines. But when I wasn't doing that, I was doing healthcare supply chain. And I retired last year, and I committed myself to helping industry fix this problem, which was companies that were trying to make essential medicines be competitive on a global market space. And I'm committed to doing whatever I can to advocate and to influence that for all the companies that are here, but those that are not even here. We also do some other things, but when I'm not doing my normal business with Blue Zone Bio, I'm also a visiting senior fellow at a think tank called the Council of Strategic Risks. I'm also an advisor to Securing America's Medicines and Supply, which APIC is and Mallinckrodt are members. And I just found out today that I'm going to be an adjunct professor at the Uniformed Services University. That just got approved recently. So I do a bunch of part-time things, but all of them are to support this industry advance high quality, reliable, and resilient medicines. Overall, my thoughts on this is when you think about the discussions we've had today, when you hear about what Josh just talked about, I come up with a couple themes. If you really want the long-term enduring support of this industry, I think of a couple terms. And the first one that comes to mind is trust in our medicines. And in order to get trust, you have to have, I think, a level of transparency, a level of reliability, and a level of quality. If you can have both or all three of those things, you can have an enduring recipe to actually having the trust of the marketplace so it can appropriately price your drug, of patients, their providers, and the industry to appropriately have a marketplace that operates like healthy markets should operate. And it would be enduring enough to where it would be self-sustaining. One of the challenges here that we talked about, a recurring theme, is you don't want to be dependent on a government marketplace forever. You want to be able to convert to the process where you have really an ability for the marketplace to have ever-evolving business for sales. So I think that's kind of a big thing. And just to cap on one area that wasn't mentioned, and I think we're going to talk a little bit about it, is in less than 2 weeks, we're going to have the full implementation of the Drug Supply Chain Security Act with phased-in dates over the next year in 2025, depending on what level of trading partner you are. So this whole theme about securing this supply chain is built in within that legislation that was signed over 11 years ago. It is now just becoming a real thing, right? 11 years for technology and the industry and the government to finally have a chance at doing something more about securing this precious supply chain.
Thanks so much for that intro. And over to Joe. And first, before Joe goes, I want to thank him for making the last minute trip. About 24 hours ago, I think Joe had planned to do something else in Maryland, but he's here replacing Amy, who's out sick. So thank you again, Joe. Go ahead.
Absolutely. It's my pleasure, and I'm very happy to be here and great to be on the panel with such great people like Josh and Morgan and Vic. My name is Joe Hill. I'm with USP. I am basically our liaison to the U.S. Congress. I've been around for a while. I was doing a lot of work on the Hill during the DQSA days in 2013. So I've seen how this issue has evolved, how it came from drug shortages specifically in 2012, and then kind of evolved into a more of a pharmaceutical supply chain and looking at kind of risks and dependencies. In a nutshell, I would describe kind of the policy environment or what we're looking at here as kind of challenges and opportunities. And you always have to factor that in as maybe the new administration, when they talk about, buying American solely and, getting out of the Chinese market. Well, we know that's probably not fully realistic, but to the extent that meets, I think, some of the goals that this group meets, I think there's some synergies there. So I do think there are going to be some opportunities. I think there's been a considerable amount of discussion on the pharmaceutical supply chain, probably usurped by the shortage issue, but you have a lot of groups like Mike's and other provider groups that are really scrambling to get products for their patients, and it's a real problem. So we plan to hit the ground running in 2025 as part of a larger task force on ending drug shortages once and for all. Love to talk through some of the resiliency and quality ideas that we have when we get through the panel discussion, but thank you so much.
Marta, over to you.
Thanks, everyone. It's great to be here. Marta Woszinska. I am a senior fellow at the Center for Health Policy at the Brookings Institution. I am a healthcare economist, and I have been looking at drug shortages since 2011 when I got pulled during that wave. And, we still see the same issues coming up. My assessment of where things stand. Number one is we haven't really seen any legislation passed. There's been a lot of talk, and the question is, what will it take to actually get some legislation passed? And I think what I am nervous about is that a lot of the proposals out there are really band-aids, and some of them are not really really well thought through. What I worry about is that that Congress is going to spend a lot of money without actually solving the problem. The tax incentives, right? They're going to say, we're going to spend so many more billions of dollars doing X, Y, Z. If it's not strategic, chances are, and if it's like, raise your hand if you want some money, that is not, it's not going to solve a problem. Now, if you're thinking, this as so one thing that I see very much getting mixed up, and I think you guys in this room in particular will relate to this, industrial policy and creating jobs and creating $1 billion in economic activity is very different than solving drug shortages. And those two get mixed up. And I think everybody's like, we're going to solve drug shortages, but it really is about jobs and manufacturing and so on. And so I think we're going to do a lot better with the industrial policy piece. What I really, really worry about is that we'll pretend that we're actually doing something on drug shortages, but we're not going to get very far because it's not strategic enough. So that's sort of my big worry. Just one example that I want to raise, and this sort of came up, the 323 shortages, right? FDA has not, in decades, ever since they've been tracking, had one shortage caused by trade bans or restrictions. Not a single one, even during COVID. The reason why we have all these shortages is not because of geopolitics. It's a potential threat. But if you listen to the discussion, it's like, let's onshore to solve the shortages that we have now. That's not why they're happening. 37% of generic sterile it's all finished dosage form, manufacturing problems. And 37% of manufacturing of generic sterile injectables happens in the US. Those are US companies that are having these problems. 20% are in Europe. China has like single digits. So what I worry about is that there's a lot of pretending that we're going to solve the problem, and we're actually not really solving the problem. And I'm a lot of the conversations that I have on the Hill, and if you've read my writing, it's about we've got to take a step back and be strategic. I will say, and so, we can do some more back and forth. Where I do see a great opportunity is actually for DoD to be involved, because I think they do think longer term. They have the funding, they have the ability to step back and sort of do a bigger plan. So I'm really encouraged by them being involved more and more in this. The last appropriations bill gave $5 million to Uniformed Services University to do a lot of research in this space. I'm actually part of that team. But to me, sort of thinking strategically, like coming up with a one list rather than multiple lists and thinking about how to prioritize, all of these things are really important. I do think that what HHS has done with the supply chain coordinator is really great. But there's no funding behind it. There's not much of a mandate. It's a head of a working group. So I'm hoping that this new administration is actually going to pick it up and do something with it. But we can talk about politics in a moment. But anyway, thanks.
Yeah. And so, Josh, you can also opine on what you just talked about. But go ahead. Any other kind of highlights based off whatever else is said so far?
Well, I was just going to say, I want to hear more about Vic's bio because he's got the coolest background. 27 years, he's got some cool stories. No, but I mean, I tend to look at it from this perspective, right? I think to some extent, we need to be realistic of the political environment that we're in. And certainly, there's a number of reasons for shortages. I look at it also from the potential geopolitical risk. And de-risking from China, because I do view that as a really looming geopolitical threat. And I think the way to mitigate that is really through a top-line two-pronged approach, and that is some type of direct investment that's made either through consortium-based model or through groups like IBMSC and ASPR or DoD, direct manufacturer investments. But again, it has to be coupled with some type of commercial sustainability measure. It really can't be dependent on long-term government funding over a 10-year period or something, extravagant like that. There needs to be some type of back-end resiliency. And that's where I see the role of things like reimbursement reform, like some type of a preference formulary coming into play to make sure that the market dynamics are there to fix the fundamental economic problem.
Yeah. And so today we've talked a lot about drug shortages. In terms of the incoming administration, a new Congress, what are some of the, opportunities and biggest challenges that the administration and Congress face that they can kind of look into and say, this is something that we need to really dig deep, focus, and be strategic about? Josh, we'll start with you and just come backwards as a full panel conversation.
Yeah. I mean, I think the narrative has changed slightly since last year. Last year, I think folks were calling it, the tri-shortage winter. There was the shortage of acetaminophen, amoxicillin, of also Tamavir. You saw all those shortages happening at once. And I don't have the most current data, so I don't know if that's going to happen again or if it's, if that was kind of a problem that occurred last year after the aftermath of COVID. But I think, we have to be really cognizant of what the political narrative is and then what's going to have the most near-term impact, right? I know I'll go back to the example. Rep. Eshoo has been really, really an advocate in the pediatric oncology space and talking about that subset of drugs. So I think, I don't know if there's real value in picking winners and losers and saying, hey, we're only going to solve shortages for pediatric oncology drugs. Or, to Marta's point, we're really going to look at, industrial-based revitalization. So I'm trying to think about ways that we could not pick winners and losers, but really try to fix the fundamental problem.
Yeah. Marta?
So, having trifecta is good from the perspective of actually getting things done. So that's a positive. One thing that I will say, if you look generally where Democrats have been, especially in Congress, versus Republicans, I think Democrats have still been saying, let's give FDA more power, and really been sort of in denial about the role of reimbursement policies. And I think Republicans have been much more willing to embrace, let's change how the government pays for drugs and think about that. So ENC had a bill that was only Republican, looking at, for example, reforming 340B and Medicaid inflation rebates. I can imagine this coming back now to see, and we will see what happens. So anyway, I do think that sort of the focus on reimbursement policy might change. Again, Republicans are very interested in passing taxes. I'm very, very nervous about it because if they're not targeted well enough, it's going to be a waste of taxpayer dollars. So that's sort of where my concern is, but that's sort of another tool. The question is, will they create new ways to support it? I mean, if I were to reflect, I mean, there was all this discussion about building infrastructure, and the role of the government to do that. But I think you have all seen, many of you have seen this, and anybody who's been around sort of if you look at how Asper has done, they invested a lot of money, build these facilities, but it's not like we will build it, they will come. They're not coming. They're not getting orders. And so we have to be thinking about, potentially you can do it through tariffs, but you first have to have an industry here, right? So what are the tools to sort of level the playing field? And we have to be thinking about what happens after the product is on the market and not just building facilities.
Yeah, the idea that there's a customer at the end of the line, not just building to hopefully recruit the company. You actually have that person lined up.
That's right. And if you look at the Senate Finance proposal, the idea is to incentivize hospitals to pay more attention to reliability of the supply chains. And the same, if you look at the HHS White House proposal, it's the same idea. Because when you look at what's happening now, they're just not willing to pay. They don't. Yes, it creates a tremendous amount of harm for patients. It creates harm for hospitals as well, but there's a gap between those two that's not being closed. Hospitals don't fully internalize the harm that, them not paying attention to reliability of supply chains is causing. And we have to sort of change their incentives. Anyway, so that's something that needs to happen. And, if I think about sort of markets solving this, I'll just give another example. I was listening to Tony's presentation earlier, and at some point I thought, what he's describing sounds like Civica 2.0. If you look at Civica, they had a bunch of hospital systems sign up. They have had a really hard time getting more hospital systems to sign up. Why? Because resilience costs money, and they have to pay a premium, and they're just not willing to pay a premium. So anyway, we have to address that. We have to change those incentives. What happens once the product is on the market has to be addressed.
Yeah, and I know we can talk more about kind of the APIC model and what Tony was presenting, kind of the distinction between the two towards the end. But Joe, I really wanted to kind of focus in on the last component of this conversation. Then over to Vic, I have a two-parter for you, so just get ready for that. So Joe, go ahead.
Sure. First of all of the above. I mean, we're looking at the reimbursement scheme under the Wyden-Crapo bill to see is it meaningful. But also, I think attached to that, I would make the point that we also need to look at how we can capture how people make decisions. So if we look at a micro perspective, we can probably all come up with 2 or 3 decisions we've made in the last month about purchasing that didn't rely on price. I do it with my car tires because I think they're a safety function. So I buy good ones. I don't always go with the cheap ones. The issue for us is how can we start to begin to capture how these hospitals can make decisions and incentivize them to look at the reliability of their supply, the quality of their supply, and factor that above price. I think that's one thing. The second point that I wanted to make was one of my concerns, and I think we just need to be thinking about it as we bring some manufacturing back to the U.S., is it's not just about the facility. You also have to have the surrounding cast, and I'm thinking more of the 3 R's here. It's your roads, your railroads, and your runways. And so just because we bring it back to the U.S. doesn't mean we're risk-free. I think we saw a little bit of that during Hurricane Helene in North Carolina. So evaluate it not just on the facility itself, but also on the surrounding cast. And then the final point that I really want to make, because this is a big one, and what I see as a challenge, because I'm on the Hill all the time, is that, these issues out of sight, out of mind for Congress, unfortunately. And we know that they're dealing with 50 different things. But, the problem is that when they don't hear from their constituents, they think the problem is solved. I can tell you, Mike can tell you that the problem isn't solved because his members are scrambling to work behind the scenes, and no one finds out that there's a shortage, but there still is a shortage. And these people are really having trouble getting products for the people that they need. Hospitals are scrambling. They're having to hire people. So, the biggest thing is just because members of Congress aren't hearing from their constituents that they can't get their drug doesn't mean the problem's been solved. And I think it's incumbent upon us to make that point and to continue to make that point.
If I can just chime in, if there was one message that I kept on repeating to all the groups in cancer space, providers and associations, I would say, you know, what I really worry about is that once this carboplatin, cisplatin shortage goes away, you guys will go back as if this is all back to normal, and this will come back. So do not let go. Keep on, keep on going to Congress and keep on telling them this is not solved, because it will come back. Because that is the issue, right? Sort of things calm down. That's what happened in 2011. We thought we solved the problem. Oh, by the way, Pfizer, sorry that I'm sort of cutting you off. Pfizer luckily swooped in, bought Hospira, cleaned up, invested billions of dollars. I don't know how many of you saw yesterday in the news, Pfizer's trying to get rid of all these facilities. I am really, really nervous. It's actually one of the activist investors is trying to get them to spin it off because it's so unprofitable.
Yeah. Vic?
I think what I'm going to do is to put this in perspective at a very high level, strategic perspective, what I think is going on. Okay. If you look at all the major 10 sectors that are out there, you know, telecom, trade, global transportation and trade. And I think we are the last ones to actually look at this as a strategic competition with China. Okay. And I get this feeling because I talk to a lot of folks that are in high level positions, but also in the corporate security world and all this. When you look at the other sectors, when you study their supply chains, look at the precursor to Biosecure Act. It was a telecom bill that was passed in 2019 about Huawei, because the concern was spyware technology. And then a bunch of Americans would like to buy a $200 Huawei smartphone versus an Apple or Samsung that could have a little bit more safety and security. Now, could you imagine if a $200 cell phone, as opposed to your $800 Apple or Samsung, was out there? That market would be completely consumed with a company that would set up telecom towers and technologies all over the country. So what I'm asking you to really think about, and if you look at the timing of this, there's strategic competition and the concern. If you look in the DoD, we had targets at 2028. We moved it to 2030 to kind of rebuild the military and modernize all these things that build technologies to counter a near peer threat or a peer threat. Those dates were tied, in my opinion, to when the belief was China was going to either equal or surpass the United States in their gross domestic product. Then they would have a platform to basically say to the world, why are you using the U.S. as the pacing item for the dollar, the economic gold standard? Why not the currency in China? So the strategic competition that I believe is going on is how long can we delay that and prevent it from happening by building our economy? So instead of having to send my friends that are still in the military to defend the South China Sea and our friends in Taiwan or the Philippines or Korea, we'd rather compete this on an economic standpoint as strategic competitors on the economic front. And that's what I see is this is really a proxy war on economics as the big picture. We just happen to be one of the last sectors that are kind of figuring this out. And that's kind of what I would say to put it in perspective from my standpoint. Mm-hmm. And I think once we understand that risk at the global scale, then it will make sense why we want to do everything we can to strengthen our supply chains. And I would give you 2 recommendations on books if you really want to kind of predict or get an idea of how trade policy might happen in this new administration. Read Bob Lighthouser's book on Trade is Not Free, just to get you an idea of how trade policy might happen in the next couple of years, because how they implemented it. And an example was with Toyota and the Tundra. And all that, you can see that it's in the book. And then the other book I'd ask you to consider was a book that was published about 5-6 years ago called Freedom's Forge. Herman Miller, it's another best-selling book, New York Times best-selling book, but it talked about the importance of U.S. business rescuing and mobilizing the industrial base in World War II and how important manufacturing is in the United States. And when you erode manufacturing, you literally have no ability to defend your country from, some imperial force that wants to take away your freedom. Now, I'm all for,
making sure we have allies and partners that have diversified supply chain and manufacturing. But once you erode key manufacturing capabilities and you're primarily a service-based economy, good luck in ever defending yourself against a giant authoritative government that has a manufacturing machine behind it. And the report to read that's got 2025 on it isn't Project 2025. I'd encourage you to read Made in China 2025. It's in English. It's only about 13 pages. And you'll see really quickly what exactly they're doing. And you'll understand what I'm talking about strategic economic competition.
So before we get to what proposals that the new administration of Congress should look into or to discuss in terms of legislation, let's take a look at what we have currently in the book. So you mentioned earlier about the Drug Supply Chain Act, Security Act, passed in 2013. 10 years later, we're finally getting around to fully implementing it. The law mandates that trading partners, develop interoperable electronic systems for derailed or detailed product tracing, just name one of the many aspects of the law. Could you talk about the implementation of the law in this full, now that we're going to see it come to fruition, why some of the delays in the past, and then finally, what measures that may be needed for the upcoming administration in actually implementing it in the spirit of the legislation as a whole?
Sure. What I'll say without going too in depth is I think initially when that law got passed, there was a whole bunch of reasons why. I mean, if you look at the precursor to that happened in the early 2000s with the internet, you started having proliferation of counterfeiters, fakers, and also illegally diverted medicines. So medicines that were maybe made in another market, you could buy it for 5x cheaper, and then illegally smuggling it into the United States market might have different quality standards. It just has different packaging. And for legal reasons, it's illegally diverted medicine. Could even be the real thing, but it wasn't meant for the US market. All right. That started to happen in high numbers in certain entry points, whether it was South Florida or it was San Diego. And there's international organizations that are literally making counterfeit medicines that are stealing products away from either companies in this room or other, especially big brand name companies that have high demand items. Okay, that's $1 billion industry. One country that has a lot of that operation is in Turkey. All right. So that was happening in the early 2000s where you have the ability now to use graphics and to easily, get a container, a vial, a box, a carton, and create your own. Or the other really dangerous one is where you take a product and you discard the packaging and the labeling and the vial and you just recycle it. Now you have actually something that looks pretty real and you just have to clean it up a little bit, put some stickers on it, and then you resell it. Okay. That is a major, major problem. So the law got passed, and one of the problems I think we had a technological gap, right? It was like, industry can't just do this overnight. You need to have the technology to basically do the barcode scanning, the verification, and then eventually, if you had to do a tracking and tracing, a platform had to be made that was following GS1 standards, some type of globally accepted standard. That took a while to do to get everybody kind of harmonized on that. So there's big players that are working heavily on that behind the scenes, like the NABP. Those folks are very instrumental in that. They're working closely with like IBM to develop one of several platforms. Theirs is called Pulse. And so what you have now is you have a system now that's in place, and you have many companies, especially the big brand name, big pharma companies that have been embracing this because they have the most to lose. And then what you have is in the past, let's say a couple of years, is you started getting feedback from industry, especially this year, of non-compliance, mostly with overseas generic manufacturers and some cosmetic prescription companies that were not doing the final step of serializing the lowest saleable unit. And because that feedback came back through industry, back to NABP and End Drug Shortage Alliance, there was a request made to the FDA a couple of months ago that said, look, about 20 to 30% of the industry are not serializing their products. And the problem is if 27 November of 24 hit, those products would have to be quarantined because they weren't in compliance. And then it would further exacerbate the shortages on top of 2 hurricanes and a presidential election and possibly a port strike, right? So I think the FDA in this case made a good decision to say, we're going to phase this in based on trading partner status over 2025. Okay, so that's kind of like a catch up today. The gap I think, I have a white paper coming out with my think tank in a couple of weeks that's going to address this. The gap is this, I think. The ability in the Drug Supply Chain Security Act really doesn't require you by law to do any verification scanning or decommissioning of the serial number. That's not a requirement. It's there in case you suspect something is a counterfeit, fake, or illegally diverted item. So if you scan it right now, unless you have the supermajority of people scanning products, you might be scanning something that could be completely counterfeit or fake, and it's got a realistic barcode on it. But because nobody did the initial verification scanning tied to a geolocator number at a pharmacy, like a dispensing site, you could be scanning it for the first time and say, oh, it's a legit product. I didn't get an error message on it. So one of the things that I'm going to be recommending is, and NABP is already leading with this, they're literally doing a pilot study right now of how to create ways to incentivize industry, especially at the dispensing site, normally pharmacies, to do verification scannings and then decommissioning of that serial number, what we call end of commerce scanning. And what that does is it tracks it in the system amongst all the platforms of people that use the Drug Supply Chain Security Act, one of the several platforms. And what it does is it geo-tracks that product was scanned at this Walgreens in this city and this address. And then when they fill it in a cabinet or they dispense the medicine, they do a decommissioning scan, and it basically time stamps it that says it's already been issued out. So then let's say somebody got that package or container 6 months later and then try to sell that illegally as a counterfeit or fake medicine, and somebody scanned it again, it would show that it was already prescribed. It was already dispensed, right? The current law doesn't require you to do that.
Gotcha.
Right? And that's a gap right now.
So sticking with the same theme, I'm going to jump over to Marta and Joe as well. Want to focus in on proposals that we've kind of highlighted so far this year in Joshua's presentation in terms of the Senate Finance Bill and the HHS white paper, the White House white paper. Could you kind of talk about the distinctions or differences between kind of the two proposals? Where do you see maybe even the next administration and Congress picking up and maybe going along with into the next session, since these were kind of the two poster childs of topics outside of like the Biosecure Act? Marta?
Yeah, so the two proposals, so remember HHS and the White House proposal, it's a legislative proposal, right? It has to be picked up by Congress. Right. So keep that in mind. But they all try to address the persistent generic sterile injectable shortages. And shortages primarily are caused by manufacturing quality failures in finished dosage form facilities. And so there, the question is, do we have enough? And so what contributes to them is the race to the bottom in pricing. Also, and the fact that one way you can cut costs is to basically cut on your oversight. You can maybe not train your people. You're moving between products really quickly and not cleaning properly between the lines. Which, by the way, part of this is it's almost a spot market. And so instead of making for continuous is great if you don't ever have to clean between the products. But a generic manufacturer will frequently manufacture 30 to 50 products on one line in a year, right? So these kinds of problems. So it's not just it's not just that you have price pressure and margin pressure, but also you have a lack of reliability in demand. So the demand is very unstable, and you don't know what you're investing in, and your batch sizes could be potentially small. So when you look at the HHS versus the Senate Finance proposal, they kind of get it in a different way. The HHS proposal really focuses on the reliability piece, and they say, okay, let's rate manufacturers, and then we're going to give you an add-on payment, you hospital, to buy from the manufacturers that got rated X. The way they, so a lot of this hinges on how do you rate the manufacturers, right? And how you're going to do this. And also there's a question about, they are proposing this third party that would do this that doesn't currently exist. So number one, you have to create that party that will do this. Number two, you have to then agree on how you're going to measure. So that's sort of one approach. The other approach, the Senate Finance, actually focuses much more on the predictability of demand and price stability. And they basically want hospitals to sign long-term contracts to qualify for add-on payment. The manufacturers that participate and the program participants, so GPOs or wholesalers that would sort of help manage the program, have to do a lot of attestation and have access to information about GMP. The quality piece is not explicitly built in; it's sort of on the back end built in. So you look at those two, and one is a bipartisan, one in Congress. The other one is sort of this general idea. I don't know where this is going to go. I will say that, Biden administration idea where how this is, I'm very curious how, Josh, you think of like where this might go, which one has more chances of being picked up. One thing I can point you to without going into too much detail, if you're interested in my comments on the Senate Finance bill, I think generally people have said it's too complicated. It's too complicated. What I worry about is that it is too complicated, but it's also not complicated enough to accomplish what it needs to accomplish. And I'll give you sort of an analogy here. So imagine that I am trying to incentivize a salesperson to generate more sales, right? One way for me to do this is to say, okay, I'm just going to give you a cut of whatever you generate, and I'm just going to leave it up to you. There's another way to do it. I'm going to say, okay, I'm going to pay you more for if you generate this number of cold calls, and then you go to so many trade shows. And so, I can sort of give you hints of the behaviors that you need to take to get there. But that gets complicated really quickly because it doesn't matter, it's not how many cold calls you do, but who you cold call and how you conduct them, right? And what's the right mix of cold calls to all the other things that you're doing. So to really replicate that production function of what it takes to make, to actually generate sales, it becomes very complicated quickly. And so in some ways, the Senate Finance tries to sort of spell out the behaviors, but it also doesn't go far enough to sort of address the actual production function. Anyway, so that's complex. I do think that there are ways to address this. I do think that it could be changed to much more of an outcomes-based proposal where you basically, you set up these long-term contracts, you get graded you get an add-on payment if the drug was actually delivered. Did the drug make it to the hospital? With some nuances and so on. So if you're interested, you can read the proposal that my comment letter on the Senate Finance. But anyway, so again, complexities holding back the Senate Finance. I think they are interested in moving forward. The White House one, I'm curious what you think, where that might go.
It's interesting. I agree with your comments on both of the proposals. I think from my perspective, I think the White House proposal faces significantly more headwinds just in terms of how the structure is set up. I think the viewpoint of hospitals and health systems is going to be valuable on that to see, how that could actually be operationalized. I'll say from my perspective, I have concerns about setting up any type of third-party entity to, start rating these manufacturers in the way that the White House proposal, lays out, or rather doesn't lay out, right? When you start putting in kind of ambiguous sets of criteria, that becomes an economic concern in and of itself. And, when industry talks to its investors, those are things they have to think about. From the Senate Finance side, I think the one thing the proposal does do really well that actually builds on some of the proposals that we saw in the Medicare inpatient payment rule, I think maybe 2 years ago, was actually to separate an add-on payment from major hospital systems and small rural hospital systems. I think one of the concerns that we saw from early proposals out of this administration's CMS was a stockpiling bonus payment. And there were a lot of concerns about that exacerbating shortages, particularly among smaller hospital systems that may not have access to the same supply as large hospital systems do. So that was one of the areas I saw really encouraging in that. But yeah, again, as you point out, Marta, when you start looking in these calculations for how the add-on payment is done, There's a lot of uncertainty. There's a lot of complexity. And neither of the proposals, unlike one of the things I'm advocating for, has that direct upfront cash infusion that I think is going to be necessary from the onshoring aspect.
Over to Joe. Yep.
Yeah, I'll just say from a USP perspective, we look at the HHS white paper as an opportunity for us to work with the government and stakeholders to develop or maybe build out what some of these criteria might be for evaluating or making decisions. And it could be long-term contracts. It could be redundancy plans. We don't know. We're in the process of trying to do that. It is not going to be easy, and we know that. But I think the HHS white paper, along with the Senate finance proposal, we view it overall. I think we're encouraged to see it. It is very complex, but our view is if we don't have these conversations, we won't make any progress. So we've got to, we hope that they'll come out and actually drop a bill with a bill number this year so that we get more public disclosure on it, more perspectives on whether the add-on reimbursements will work or whether there'll be kind of a red herring. We don't know that, and we won't know that until we have the conversation. So we look at it as a way, and I also just want to do a plug that USP, we are developing a vulnerable meds list. When we look at things like investment and we look into incentives and we look at all these financial things, please keep in mind that we as USP are saying, and like Marva said, we're not going to go out and write a blank check for anything. We have scarce resources. So we're looking to leverage our data to help public and private decision making be the most effective for and meet the needs that are out there. And one of those is through the use of our vulnerable meds list. So we're kind of working both the policy and then the behind the scenes of what does this mean or how could you actually do it? We're trying to kind of do both at the same time, if you will.
Can I expand on that point quickly? Because you brought up a really critical thing, which I think is something that often goes overlooked here, is that throughout the past 2 years, between ASHP, between the work that you're doing, you have so many folks both in the academic, the nonprofit, and the private sectors that have stood up so many data resources that are available for the government to leverage. So I think as we think about kind of all of these proposals, again, going back to one of my concerns, do we need more entities set up in government to serve administrative functions? That I'm unsure about. I know that there's folks like ASPR that can, operationalize and use existing authorities to do a lot of this. CMS has mechanisms in place. But I'm glad you brought up that point, Joe, because I think it's a really good testament to how we can leverage existing data resources that are out there.
So I want to jump ahead to what the incoming administration and Congress should do kind of first. Like day one, there's always a rush to actually do policy and just write something and run with it. But there should be kind of a strategic kind of focus of how do you actually, what are the right questions to ask, who are the people that need to be in the room. And so, Marta, I want to start with you. What are kind of the initial steps any administration, Congress would do first before they start to even draft legislation?
Yeah, so the first thing is we should be drafting legislation. I really do think, if you listen to what Vic said, China had a plan. We don't have a plan. It's a bunch of, I come up with a bill, somebody else comes up with a bill. It's a bunch of Band-Aids, and that's supposed to be a strategy. It is not a strategy. So I really hope that it's not going to be driven by Congress because we have too many jurisdictions, right? You have ENC versus, you have HELP has FDA, and you have Senate Finance has something, but they don't control HRSA because that's in HELP, and it's just a mess. I very much do hope that the Trump administration is going to take a step back and start thinking about a plan. That's a strategic plan across the board and thinking about how to prioritize and what to prioritize. The upside, you have to prioritize because resilience and reliability of supply chains, that costs money. By default, resilience is inefficiency, right? That's what it means. You're resilient because you're inefficient and you have buffers, right? And so if we will need to spend more money on this, right? And so the question is, to what extent will Republicans want to be spending money on this? And if they want to be spending money on this, they better be strategic about it. And so I'm really hoping that that logic will take them to actually having a broader strategy rather than like, oh, here's a bill and we'll put this Band-Aid on and...
Yeah, I would agree with Marta. You have to have a national industrial plan And I would just say that if you want to get a preview of what that could look like, if you go to other sectors, and I'll just give you the automobile industry and what was done several years ago to kind of resurrect that, right? We had strategic partners. I mean, Japan is one of our strongest allies. But what was done, 7, 8 years ago with Japan, with Toyota specifically, was Toyota was planning on building the Toyota Tundra in Japan and importing it in the United States. And it's a very high quality vehicle. It was in great demand, but it was going to compete against Ford and Chevy and all the other pickup trucks that Americans love buying. But what they did was they said, oh, if you want to build it in Japan and ship it in here, you're going to get a 25% tariff on it. And very quickly, Japan realized with Toyota, oh, okay, we'll take your offer and build a plant in San Antonio, employing tens of thousands of Americans, take advantage of the USMCA to create a supply chain of Canada, Mexico, and United States, where they actually track the percentage of the components in every truck. They had the visibility, they created jobs, and they created a manufacturing plant for a high quality pickup truck. I think if you look at that model that they implemented 6 or 7 years ago, that's probably going to be what's going to happen across the sectors.
So as a final question, I want to allow each panelist to have a moment to highlight a topic that we may not have had time for me to ask questions on. And so we'll start from Josh and work our way back down.
No, appreciate that. And I think it kind of ties into your last question too, because I think there's two really clear actions that the administration can take within the first 100 days. First is the use of DPA Title III authorities. And in fact, I think there's folks who are already thinking about this. If folks saw, ASPR just released an RFI last Friday looking at DPA Title III authorities for novel antimicrobials. It's an area that I'm familiar with. It's an area that I'm glad to see an RFI posted in. So I think looking at those authorities again, and we saw a few actions out of the Biden administration, but I think there's ways to leverage that. And the second thing is loan and loan guarantee authorities. I think that there's plenty of opportunity, to Marta's point about, what does fiscal austerity look like in this Congress? Loan and loan guarantees are scored obviously very differently than direct spending measures. And I think that's a really clear and a really near-term way that we can make an impact. We can understand the industrial base. We can hopefully make some strategic investments.
Marta?
I guess I made my point already, which is I really, really hope that there's going to be a broad overarching strategy that is going to really consider what is the problem that we're trying to solve. Too much of what's happening and what you see is folks start with an answer. Something sounds really good, something sounds really smart, and then they run with it. Again, onshoring is specifically a strategy to address potential geopolitical threats, period. It is not a strategy to address existing shortages of generic sterile injectables. That's not where the problem is. But we kept on mixing these two, and I think that actually results in, how I think about what we should be onshoring is very different than thinking about the generic sterile injectables and what list it should be. If you think about, if we're, and also where the problem is, onshoring API just by itself, if all your ingredients still come from China, what problem are you solving? So you have to go upstream. And by the way, there are also excipients for a lot of these products. You cannot put a drug in a patient's arm or give them a tablet if they don't have excipients, right? We're not paying attention to it really at all, right? There's been no assessments around this. So I feel like we need to make sure that we are asking really what is the problem that we're solving. We're not doing that enough. We run directly to solutions that we think sound good.
Joe?
I guess my takeaway would be, look, we're at a point now where I think, everyone's talking about, supply chain resiliency and how to improve it. And I think we've got a window of opportunity policy-wise to do it. And I hope we don't squander it, because sometimes what you see on the Hill is they'll move on in 6 months to something else that catches their eye, and all of a sudden you're gone. So I do hope that we have an opportunity to do this. And I agree with Marta. I think, concerns, we don't want to see piecemeal or Band-Aid approaches. I will say that on some of the data collection, we are looking at some of the KSM, not just APIs, but some of the KSM key starting materials to map out where they come from, what are their risk profiles, those types of things. So we are starting to look at that, but as much data as we can generate, and I think hopefully letting that data kind of point us in the direction. But again, we can't get anywhere unless we start having these policy conversations.
And Vic, take us home.
All right. So I think this morning, Tony challenged us to, do things that are sometimes, against the conventional wisdom, do things that are differently than what we're used to doing. So I'll step out there and I'll say a couple things now. One of the things that's really kind of irked me for a while is this notion that all generic medicines are exactly the same and they're all equal to the brand name product. What I would say is, and this comes right off of the FDA website, FDA-approved generic drugs have the same high quality, strength, purity, and stability as brand name drugs. I would say most of them do, but to say that they all do is patently false. If you've seen the data on the different purity standards, dissolution rates, contaminant content, carcinogen content, people that have tested this stuff know that they're not all the same. And so what I'd say for everybody here to consider, we go back to this commoditization topic that we kind of alluded on. If you went to Office Max to buy a paperclip, and then you went to Staples to buy the same paperclip, there's really no difference between those paperclips. And that's why those paperclips are going to sell for less than a penny. And this is too precious of a commodity for us to just basically say it's the same thing as a paperclip. And there's not really differences. There's high quality manufacturers in this room that can stand behind their product. The problem is, this is one area that has been forbidden to talk about. And there's a lot of people that know that this is not always true. So until we're ready to embrace that there's actually quality differences in products, we're never gonna, and this is just one of several things. I agree. There's probably about 5 or 10 things that have to be addressed. But if we can't overcome that issue, we're not going to be able to overcome the market dynamics that other industries have figured out when it comes to quality, which is a differentiation between whether you're perceived or you're actually a better product than the next one. And then the marketplace can appropriately reward and price quality. And instead of having a 3-cent pill, maybe it's a 7-cent pill because you can build in there quality agreements, CMC manufacturing, and all those things to make sure your supply chain is resilient. So that's what I'd leave you with. Over.
Well, please join me in thanking our panelists this afternoon. And to conclude our panel or our event for today, we'll welcome up Kevin Webb, our Chief Operating Officer, for concluding remarks.
All right. Wow. I knew we had a great lineup and presentation for the past, or with heading into the event. Boy, I didn't have the appreciation how informative, dynamic, and really thoughtful and engaged the panelists were going to be. So on behalf of the API Innovation Center, to all of our panelists and to all of our moderators, thank you again for a job well done. Thank you very much. Just a few other thank yous. I'd like to also thank Washington University for their facility here and allowing us the use of that. We had some very important key individuals that also played a part in pulling the plenary together today. Betsy Bear from USP, thank you very much. Elizabeth Bergman, who though is not here, is with Waters Technology. She was very involved with helping contact many of you as panelists as well. And then from our own API Innovation Center, Nina Weatherly, thank you very much. And our other colleagues, Cecilia Lynch, Brian Doty, and Garen McCam. Thank you very much. We heard great insights from the 4 incredibly strong panelists on sustainability, the role of AMT and supply chains, the public-private partnership, and the regulatory policy considerations. As we think about some of these key messages that we're hearing, the public-private role is incredibly important, and it also to strengthen our domestic manufacturing. But I think Josh said it best when he had his final comments. It needs to be prioritized, it needs to be actionable, and it needs to be sustainable. And we heard throughout there also the need for communication. How important it is that we continue to talk to each other. One other element, though, that also came through was there was a lot of talk about the role of government. And, what the role of government is to create that sustainability. I'd also challenge the fact that there's also just as equally as an important role of industry, those who are in the private sector, because it is two sides of the coin. We look into government to kickstart the investments into sustainability. And government looks to us as industry to be committed and input resources. And it doesn't mean not monetary resources. It could be time, effort, energy, and to also then pull through and live up to our end of the bargain, say, what is it that we're going to do so that when the government, and the role of government is to help them get out of the way, when that time comes that they're ready to get out of the way, have we built a sustainable model? And I think what we've heard here today is the fact that all the pieces are in place. The desire, the intent, the will is all there. It's just through the continuing collaboration that we're doing is going to be what is going to drive the success. So again, it's a very strong start to the next 2025 and has to be assets and ambassadors with the incoming Trump administration to be champions for change. All right. Politics aside, we are all in this as Americans. And this is a part of the solution that we own, that we can control. And let's do our part to make sure that the United States does have the sustainability of critical drugs that it needs and it deserves. Let's see. So then last year, so that's kind of the end of the commentary there. But last year, what we're going to do is what we did last year is we're going to take all of these comments. We had Drew and his team were videotaping it. We'll take that and we'll put this into a rough draft of the white paper. The white paper will be viewed by the panelists for accuracy of your contents and accuracy of your statements. And so we'll have a timeline, and Nina will be driving that back and forth with the white paper. As last year, we should expect to be able to publish that in February of 2025. And just have a peek behind the curtain. Last year, when we're developing the white paper, we were asked by the White House to have an advance copy. So we delivered a copy to them in early January before we did distribute it, because they knew what we were doing and that they were working on some policy, and they wanted to make sure that we had the voice and the content that we're delivering in our white paper can be incorporated into their policy positions as well. So what we're doing here matters. It goes all the way up to the highest levels of the government. So we matter, and people are watching, and people are listening, and they actually are taking action on it. So we then, speaking of actions, we'll take this and we'll develop then our own internal scorecard that for those of you who come back next year, we'll then display and rate ourselves. Again, part of ourselves is holding ourselves accountable. Is what we're doing and what we're talking about actually meaningful and actionable? And are we demonstrating success? If not, that's okay as well, but let's talk about it. Let's talk about where the shortcomings are. Let's talk about what do we need to do to continue to improve, but let's also recognize our successes and build upon those successes as well. So on behalf of the API Innovation Center, thank you. Thank you for those attending. Thank you for those who are listening online. It was an honor, truly an honor having you here. And though for those of you traveling home or driving home, please be safe and have a good rest of your week. Thank you.